Okay, and we are live. Welcome everybody to another stream of Final Fantasy XIV. Um, so, as you guys are clearly aware, it is Wednesday. Reason why I'm streaming is because I want to start doing 2 streams a week just to try and get to the end of EndWalker as fast as possible. So that's the reason why I'm doing this. I just want to... Oh, did I do this for my last stream actually? I need to double check that. Let me just quickly check something, guys. Oh, I did. Good. Right. So... What if I wanted 2 shares? So that this is taking a while. It's just, you know, I need to get the stream out there and public so that people can actually come join and watch. I will also be getting a parcel today, folks, so yeah, there's that as well. So I will have to go AFK when that arrives. I hate how the app does these sort of things. Come on. Share, copy link onto the thing. Then get it all sent to people that are in Discord. Sure, most likely already knows for streaming, but he probably will be able to. Send it to them, because why not? Peanut burgers, I could put it in here. Everybody else tends to put their strings in here, so. I think that should be alright. There should definitely have been enough places and servers to do so. Alrighty. So, let's get straight into it. So, for the EndWalker expansion, I'll be using my Viper, which I got to level 80 quite a while ago. The XP that I've gotten so far is literally just from doing Palace of the Dead, just to keep the practice going. Let's take stock of the facts, shall we? The crisis at hand began with the sudden appearance of ominous towers in a multitude of locations throughout the world. We have since learned that such structures were brought into being by an organization known as the Telephoroi. The Telephoroi's stated purpose is to recreate the final days of eons past, an apocalyptic event that would result in the destruction of all we hold dear. Already have these towers of theirs been the cause of untold suffering. Countless innocents kidnapped and imprisoned, their faith perverted for primal summonings. And unless we find a way to deal with the corruptive aura surrounding the spires, we can't even get close enough to rescue anyone. Those shielded with the blessing of light seem to be able to resist being tempered at least. But after what happened to Arenvold and Fordola, we need to be very, very careful about how we proceed. Yet while these threats close to home are of paramount concern, we mustn't lose sight of the situation in Garlemald. As you know, the Telephoroi are under the leadership of Fandaniel, and one other delightful fellow, Xenos Ye Galvus, the Crown Prince and our dear friend. To date, he's reclaimed his old body, murdered Emperor Varys, and plunged Garlemald into an even deeper pit of chaos. The capital's probably seen the worst of it. For a good while there, it saw the bloodiest fighting in the War of Succession, but that has since changed and in troubling ways. Aye, during our reconnaissance, the air was not once rent by the barking of cannons or the cries of discord. It was an eerie fog of silence which did blanket that ruined city. The inhabitants appeared to have been tempered With nary a word spoken did they labor to transform the palace into a soaring edifice born of nightmares. If they were indeed made thralls, it seems safe to assume that these events too were orchestrated by the Telephoroi. An army of primals is awful enough, but in light of recent developments, I fear it is only the prelude to an even greater catastrophe. We need to devise a means to counter this threat, and quickly before our allies are overwhelmed. We will find a way in Sharlayan, I am sure of it. Master Fortunal's comments regarding the final days were curious to say the least. The phone knows more than it is letting on. Sorry to interrupt. We've just received word from Mistress Cryo. She says that arrangements for your visit have been finalized. You are to head to Limsola Minsa and board the next ship bound for Sharlayan. And on arrival, present yourselves as associates of the students of Bardessian, come to assist the Order's restoration. The arrangements may be settled, but what of your thoughts? They must race at the prospect of returning home after so long. I am eager to see it, of course. Of course. We should set off at once. Then I'll accompany you to the docks. You need at least one person there to wave and cry and wish you a safe journey. Yeah, the thing is, you end up making a business, so. Thank you for putting on the actions, then. I'll just use return, make it easier. Arcane skill. Everyone's here, which is good because I've already paid for your passage and the fee is non-refundable. The ship for Sharlayan should be pulling into port soon, so please follow me and have all your luggage close at hand. I would say something, but I won't there.
They've almost finished loading our cargo. We should be ready to depart right on schedule, or so I'm told.
Excellent. 'Tis nice to have a smooth beginning to one's journey, at the very least.
You say that.
It's funny.
Wait until we're actually in the water on the boat. Because I'll tell you something, if it's anything like it was on the boat to Kugane, I'm gonna be annoyed.
Master Louis Soir came here on a ship very much like this one. And now, years later, the street urchin he befriended that day is bound for his mentor's homeland. With his mentor's grandchildren, no less.
Aye. 'Tis upon reflection that every twist of time's river and fate's whims are brought into sharp relief. Thou hast matured much in the intervening years. Wert thou not caught attempting to relieve Master Louis Soir of his purse scant moments after he made landfall upon this dock?
Oh,
That's a tale I'd like to hear.
Will this be your first visit to Sharlayan, Sir Estinian? Sir Estinian?
Are we strangers newly met? Why this stiff formality?
I merely meant it as a professional courtesy, since we are now colleagues in an official sense.
I'd rather you dispense with the sirs, especially in private company. Or I'll be forced to respond in kind, little Lord Alphino.
You've made your point, Estinian. Painfully well.
Oh, I love those two.
Better.
I love those two. The friendship between them is ridiculous, but I love it.
Are you alright, Tataru? You seem positively distraught.
Distraught? Me? Don't be silly. I think it's lovely that they get to see their homeland.
And yet you seem extremely upset for some reason. What's up, Tataru?
It's just... we're trying to thwart the schemes of an army hell-bent on destroying the world. And, once again, I have to stay behind and worry that this is the last time I'll get to see my friends. I'll hold you to that.
Ah, good. You're still here.
Hey, Holy Boulder.
Hori! Kultine! What brings you all this way?
We're to assist the Maelstrom and the Kobolds with a lunar primal operation, so we thought we'd see you off before heading to the tower. Flamine and the others wish you all a safe journey, and promise that they'll look after things here until you return. We will too, of course. Aye, we, your fellow Scions of the Seventh Dawn, will do our part to ensure the end of the world won't happen on our watch.
We're set to sail! All aboard for Sharlayan!
It's time.
Then we must delay no longer. We will contact you the moment we learn aught of value. Wish us luck.
Have a safe journey, and please, please, be careful.
And so you venture forth unto the unknown. A fate beyond the horizon that cannot be divined. A future undefined and in flux. In uncertain times, naught but the simplest words of wisdom will suffice. That which lives is destined to die. Love leads to loss. Every beginning has an end. Treasure every moment, every step of your descent.
True, but every ending brings a new dawn.
And there, in the depths where souls and stars rest, find your truth.
day has barely dawned, my fellow earlier riser. Though we're hardly alone in that. Envious of those still sleeping soundly, no doubt. Called out to you, you say? I've heard nothing myself. In any case, I dare say the sea air will do you good. Why not join the others on deck? Sharlayan should be coming into view at any moment.
My voice yet reaches you. I am glad. Hear, feel, think.
Hello, Heidel.
And thus do we meet face to face at last. My warrior of light, guided by the crystal. After your sojourn in the First, I believe you have your answer. You have gained an understanding of what I truly am, what Eidolon has always been, a primal. Zodiac was created to forestall the apocalypse which threatened the ancient world. And I was brought forth to bind him. Yet 7 times now, those who would orchestrate a return to that bygone era have rejoined a shard to the god I had sundered. The greater his strength grows, the swifter does mine own diminish. The power to draw your mind into the rift betwixt is no longer mine to wield. Yet though it taxes me sorely, I dare not leave these words unsaid. Even bereft of my guidance, you and your companions have accepted the burden of this star's troubled past. A conjunction has begun to form, an intertwining of your time and mine. Wheels shudder and turn. Conflict looms. Monumental. Which will decide the fate of this world and all life upon it. When you truly understand what is at stake, and your journey has prepared you to surmount the insurmountable, then shall I honor the promise made in another time. Another age.
Cast your peepers to the fore, folks. Sharlayan's just over yonder.
I will not keep you further. Your traveler's heart must yearn to behold this unfamiliar land. We shall meet again. soon.
Oh, what a fine morning. Oh, still a bit stiff though.
And a good morning to you too. Taken a look at the island already?
Then let's go. Let's go. Might still be room in the prow if we're lucky.
Ah, the sleepers have arisen. There she is. Good old Sharlayan.
Oh, I see it.
Home. Home at last. Well, maybe not in Father's eyes, but we'll manage on our own, if we must.
You do know you're not alone in this, don't you?
Indeed. 'Tis as Sir Estinian saith. Forget not the comrades who boarded this ship at your side, I prithee.
Thank you, my friends. We are ever grateful for your steadfast support.
Upon arrival, we will be disembarking into the heart of Sharlayan proper. There is no greater concentration of wisdom in all the world. I am confident that somewhere within that center of knowledge and learning, we will find the answers we seek.
Let's hope so. For everyone's sake. Moved out a bit early, eh? To be fair, that happens in the real world. Moon can still be out even whilst the sun is risen.
Sharlayan, the solitary island nation of the northern seas. Where under the watchful gaze of Thaliak, patron deity of scholars, academics hoard all manner of knowledge and secrets. Once, they deigned to accept foreign students into a distant colony maintained in the Dravanian hinterlands. How swiftly they abandoned it once the first Garlean boot set hostile foot on Alamegan soil. So averse to the prosecution of war, these men of wisdom, your would-be allies.
Yeah, pretty cowardly at times. There was a lot more I've heard and seen of them.
I thought they'd never let us off the ship. What's next then? Entry applications?
Hopefully they find no cause to deny us.
Hasn't Sharlayan all but severed relations with foreign powers? Those of us without direct ties, myself included, may be refused outright.
'Tis true that, as a nation, Sharlayan only forms trade agreements with a select few neutral countries. But from a practical standpoint, An island cannot afford to be overly strict with its borders, especially not if that island's people are wholly devoted to the accumulation of knowledge. If one submits the proper paperwork, with satisfactory evidence of identity and intent, then foreigners may be granted entry.
May.
Quite. So let us be absolutely clear on these points before we proceed. The immigration officer will ask for your affiliation and your purpose of visit. Considering Sharlayan's views on intervention, I strongly suggest we avoid any mention of the Scions. Kral has laid the groundwork for us to act as associates of the students of Baldessian, and our ostensible reason for being here is to aid in their order's restoration. Grahatir, it might expedite our progress should an actual student be seen at the head of our little group. Would you mind leading the way?
Of course. The immigration officers were this way, as I recall. Shall we? Greetings. We've just arrived and are eager to make our way into the city. Would you be so kind as to process our entry applications?
Certainly. I see by your mark you are an Archon.
I am. Grahatir of the Students of Baldessian at your service. I was assigned to an Eorzean survey team, but have returned to assist with the reformation of my order. My associates here will provide additional support.
Very good. I have paperwork detailing your group and its scheduled arrival for today. And it seems some few of your companions are also Archons. If you'll step forward, we can process those applications first.
Ishtola rule.
Oh, but don't guys here are we on Jan Thankless for now? Damn.
See how it glows? That list is etherically linked with the citizen registry kept in the main repository.
I've confirmed your status as Archons and amended your travel records accordingly. Welcome home. Now, who do we have here?
Alphino Leveilleur.
And Alize Leveilleur.
Your applications have also been approved. Having said that, the streets are abuzz with talk of how House Leveilleur's lord disowned his young progeny.
No surprise though.
And while such personal circumstances constitute no reason to deny you entry, I urge you to avoid exacerbating your present situation. Times are quite troubled enough already.
We shall keep that in mind.
These last two are not Sharlayan natives, but you will find their credentials are in order. An application was made in advance.
Name and occupation?
Champion of Eorzean.
And it is a title well earned, I can assure you.
An adventurer, by trade is what your documentation indicates. No mention of this particular title. Self-appointed, I take it? Either way, your employer seems willing to vouch for your character, so I shall, albeit reluctantly, grant you entry. Champion. And you, sir?
Estinian Valino, formerly of the Order of the Knights Dragoon in Ishgard.
Formerly, at least. And what, pray tell, is your profession now?
Freelance. Just say you're a freelancer. Just say you're a freelancer.
If you'll allow me.
Thank you, Cryo. You're just in the nick of time.
My associate is a mercenary, hired for his strength at arms. Surely you are aware of the dangers we often face on our forays into the wilderness.
Mistress Baldessian, if you insist on sponsoring his entry, then so be it. But while I appreciate that desperate times call for desperate measures, I find your choice of company concerning. Be advised that even a single misstep may have severe repercussions for your organization.
I have every confidence in my chosen company, dear and trusted comrades that they are. But I thank you for your concern.
Croyle, it is good to see you.
Likewise. Long voyage notwithstanding, you all seem none the worse for wear. There is much to discuss, but this is hardly the place. Let's be on our way, shall we? Oh! Welcome, friends, to Sharlayan.
As your mercenary, I should hope my welcome includes a generous salary.
Well, I had to say something, Sir Taciturn.
I'm glad I spotted your ship coming into port. The officers are born bureaucrats and sticklers for details. In any case, you may relax and take a moment to get your land legs back. I already see the Ethernet shard. Let's see, what's around this breakdown? Outland, roadway, never meets. Guild ship hunt vendor. Let's look at the guild ship stuff. Clown hunts. Tune to the Ethernet shard. I had thought to launch directly into an explanation of what I've learned and how we might proceed. But this is Dante and Estinian's first time with Sharlayan, and for the rest of you, a homecoming that was long overdue. You must have places you wish to visit and people you're dying to see. Therefore I propose we postpone our agenda so that you all may have sufficient time to recover from your journey and get your bearings in the city. Once you've settled in, we can reconvene at the Baldessian Annex. How does that sound? Tis a fine suggestion. We may not be welcome at the Lavelier estate as such, but I should like to nose around the neighborhood all the same. I am equally untethered, as it were. There is no particular place that my king call home. Still, I will not pass up the opportunity to reacquaint myself with the city. Likewise, a quick tour of our old haunts might even yield some useful gossip. The annex was west of the Aetherite Plaza, wasn't it? I shall join you there and on. Yes, we'll see you there. I too have places I would be remiss in not visiting forthwith, by that least. What of you, Sinian? My services as a guide are yours for the asking. No, won't be necessary. Until we reconvene, I prefer to wander as the wind takes me. But I could... Oh. Well, Raha, would you like to join us then? You've been gone for quite a while, and this would be the perfect way to refresh those dusty old memories of yours. Oh, of course, if you will have me. Come, Dante. Sharlayan awaits. After you, my friend. I'm more than content to follow your lead. Good, I got the both of you. That's the statue of Thaliak, is it? It was usually quartered on the Isle of Val, but I would gaze upon the scholar's wise features every time I returned by ship to the city. What about you? This path leading out towards the sea is known as the Thaliak Stoa, so named for the statue of the scholar which stands at its end. As you know, the Sharlayan people prize the accumulation of wisdom above all else. Thus, when Sharlayan was chosen as our patron deity, it was more of a matter of pragmatism than belief, an alignment of principles, as it were. We may have honored him with a rather impressive sculpture, yes, but our faith is not so restrictive as that of, say, the Iscardians. Individual Sharlayans can and do worship the divinities of their choosing. I may have mentioned this before, but although our research into nutrition and food preparation is quite extensive, the average Sharlayan tends to regard seasoning and flavor with a certain indifference. how can I put this? The food is bland. As encapsulated by our infamous Archon love, the prevailing sentiment towards cuisine is dietary value first and taste a distant second. There was one pupil at the studium, however, who could stomach the school's insipid meals no longer, so he quit his lessons and poured all his savings into building a proper eatery. And so the last stand came to be. It is, as the name implies, the sole dedicated outpost of fine dining in Sharlayan, the one and only bastion of the culinary arts in an isle of otherwise mediocre fare. I seem to recall that burger being hailed as one of the more impressive items on the menu. Not that I ever had the pleasure of eating one myself. Because you were a typical Sharlayan when it came to cheap and convenient, Raha. But surely Tataru has since taught you how to appreciate a well-prepared dish. We should all stop in when time permits and sample the cafe's delights. Shall we press on? The stairs to the side of the cafe there will take us up to the Aetherite Portal. Oof! Raha just getting burned. Well, that's an interesting looking Aetherite. Certainly seems a bit more carved out and what's the word I'm looking for? A bit more polished up than others. An unusual shape, isn't it? I assure you, however, that it is a perfectly functioning Aetherite. Remember to tune yourself before we move on. Now, being the diligent tour guide that I am, I should make mention of the Confluence, a research facility located on this very planet. Its much vaunted discoveries are the reason Sharlayan stands at the forefront of teleportation technology. In deciphering the underlying principles of Allagan Aetherites, it allowed us to understand and reconstruct what was essentially a lost art. And off we go to our next destination. Our path leads northeast to the Agora, Sharlayan's largest marketplace. Oh, I love a good marketplace. Probably going to be able to get all the upgraded gear by then. I'm just going to try and move to get a bit comfortable. You're finished charging, so I can take you off the charger now. I'm just going to quickly check something. I've not heard anyone knocking on the door, so I don't think my parcel's arrived just yet. Doesn't seem to be the case. Okay, it is a bit early still. There we go, nice and comfy. Speaking of Aetherites, those teleportation fees do add up after a while, which is why I tended to rely on the far cheaper ferry service. I was pleasantly surprised when Mistress Tataru informed me that the Scions are reimbursed for transportation costs as part of our duties. But I find old habits hard to break. No, not be bothered filling up the necessary paperwork. Wait, hold on. We could have had all of our friggin' costs reimbursed? The hell, man? No doubt their expertise will prove useful at some point, so I just you remember the way here. I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little bit annoyed. Also got a market board, they've got the summoning bell. Obtain a Volcade gemstone trader, so the gemstones are still doable here. The apothecary, materia vendor, materia molder. Tool supplier. Full plate armor proprietor. Yeah, I mean, let's see what we got then, yeah? You want to do level 80. What if I do this one? Still only level 80. Wow, that's... Huh. Okay, so these all do level 90 stuff. The trades, that's at least. In terms of like Disciple of the Hand. What about Disciple of the Hand though? Yeah. Not bad actually as well. Pretty cheap. Probably got this from a guy a little bit later on. In terms of armor for the combat classes, no. They seem to say a level 80 for now. Right, let's see. What about the tool supplier? Okay, so again, everything for the tools is at like level 90 for like primary. What about for secondary? Yeah, even secondary, that's good. Fieldcraft? Ooh, definitely. I hate the fact that the friggin' spearfishing gig is only level 61. Sorry, I can't help it. I absolutely hate the fact that that's the way things are. Well, and there's the co-leader of the FC waving us in. You're acting like one of those people on the runways trying to flag down the airplanes and stuff. Oh, blimey. Alright, where have we got to go to? The Vostra, while I come... Vostra? Oh, the Lavalier's estate. Oh god. Right. I'm gonna try and... As the Aethernet child, I am running for it. This grand structure before you is the Vostra. The name refers to the original public platform erected here, upon which a forum of elected representatives would deliver orations and debate policy. Although the stage has since evolved into council chambers, the nature of the forum and the duties of its members remain largely unchanged. Am I borrowing you, Raha? You seem awfully distracted. My apologies. From here one can see the entire city spread out below. The vista put me in mind of my arrival in the first. Those who had gathered at the Crystal Tower asked me how they might go about building a new home. Naturally, my answers were all inspired by my knowledge of the finest settlement I could think of. great city of Sharlayan. Bit by bit, those few buildings grew into a town, community. This day, one almost see its echo. I see. Feel free to come up here whenever you wish. I don't think the councillors would object to you simply enjoying the view. Such memories should be treasured. For now, however, the tour must go on. Our spectacle of sightseeing concludes with the fittingly named Journey's End. Walk down the stairs to the east and continue straight ahead. I mean, I don't blame Graha for thinking of such a place when looking down at Sharlayan. I just wish it wasn't clouded over so that we could actually see Sharlayan a bit better in its entirety. But maybe one day. I might start my streams in this place from now on, just to have it as a beautiful spectacle for the beginning of each stream. We've arrived at Journey's End. History tells us that this was where those who put ashore with Arkham Neoncraft built their first homes. In the present day, it serves as the residential district for the most important officials and the oldest Sharlayan families. You'll see that one march is clearly larger than its neighbours. That estate belongs to our friends from House Levelier. All things considered, we should probably keep our distance for the time being. And with that, we bring our little Sharlayan tour to a close. I hope it has proved to be an entertaining and enlightening experience. Now, shall we head directly to the Baldessian Annex? You remember the way, don't you, Raha? Let me think. We head down towards the harbour, cross the bridge to our right, and then follow the path below the Aethite Plaza. Correct? After you, Dante. Oh no, I wouldn't mind actually. I'll quickly attune myself to the Aethite shard. To the Aethite shards. After all, I want to make sure that I'm It's about Baldessian Annex. I'm gonna do the studio at some point as well. I think I did the rostrum. The other is close to the plaza, so that won't happen. So I think it's just down here and the studio. Maybe the rostrum as well. I'll have to check. I'll check how else I get to the next one. I did do the rostrum. Perfect. This, and then we'll go to the studio and get that one as well. Fidel has the most wins, does he? Even when it comes to his own father, can't even persuade him, Sharlayan. But the joyous look of Raha's face has undoubtedly informed you this is the Baldessian Annex. If you continue up the hill, you'll arrive on the doorstep of Phenomenon. But I think we've explored enough for one day. We can take you there another time. Inside with you then. I'm back, and I brought Dante and Raha with me. Ah, you were right about the ship then. Hello, Raha. It is nice to see you again. And it's a pleasure to finally meet you, Dante. I've heard many a tale of your exploits. Ojika? Ojika Sunajika. It has been an age. Allow me to introduce Ojika Sunjika, Administration Officer of the Students of Baldessia. He oversees the day-to-day business of the Annex. You may recall meeting his cousin Ejika. I don't. Ah yes, Eureka! I've read the initial reports. What a shock to hear what's become of the Isle. Do take care if you have the opportunity to rejoin the expedition. I will at some point. This place is like a second home to the students, so the Isle of Val served as our main headquarters, of course, but we often had occasion to visit Sharlayan, whether to make use of the city's research facilities, attend conferences, or procure supplies from distant shores. And the annex here was built to provide lodgings for our members while we engaged in such activities. Ever since our former headquarters, along with the Isle itself, vanished, the annex has served as our base of operations. And yet it feels so empty with so many lost to us. The organization is a shell of its former self. The day will come we will see the students rise again. But first, we must ensure that the Telephoroi fall. Through that door on the left, there is the main hall, where we can discuss our options moving forward. Once everyone arrives, that is. You probably have time to rest before our discussions begin in earnest. I've had private quarters prepared for you in the Ardrum, so please feel free to make yourself at home. Ah, the map room's perfect for an afternoon doze. Oh, I didn't mean to give you the wrong impression. The chambers are quite well appointed. Far more so than some cheap roadside inn, you may be assured. It was simply that we were often so busy with research or exhausted from journeys abroad that we would slip into the Andron just to steal a few winks. And thus they became known amongst the students as nap rooms, even if many such naps might well last into the following morning. Say the word and I'll be happy to show you to your chamber. Hopefully the others won't be too long in coming. I'll wait for you all in the main hall. Hey, Ladaris. It's going well, how are you? Feeling refreshed and alert, our colleagues should be wandering in soon, so I suggest we stay here and wait for them to join us.
Pray forgive me. I was delayed.
It's fine, Urianger. We're all here now.
Let's get down to business then, shall we? Come what may, we must prevent the Telophoroi's plans from coming to fruition. At present, I see two paths for gathering the information which may aid us in achieving that goal. The first involves an investigation into the change which has come over Sharlayan, not to mention the recent inscrutable behavior of the Forum.
Super sleepy.
As most
Yeah,
of you know,
that one.
the 99 members of the Forum are elected from the general populace. This alone guarantees a plethora of opinion with regards to foreign policy. The bibliotheques, for example, are a group of conservatives which would have Sharlayan focus on recording history, while remaining entirely uninvolved in the making of it. And at the other extreme, we have advocates for proactive diplomacy and direct intervention. My grandfather Galef was one such member, as was Archon Louisois. Yet despite our diverse factions and philosophies, the recent vote to deny Eorzea's request for assistance was unanimous. Even more concerning was the fact that many cited other, more pressing duties as justification for their recalcitrance.
Fortuno's refusal in Gridania had those same undertones. 'Twas as if, having stared unblinking into the face of impending doom, he had simply turned away to pursue something more important. But what could that possibly be?
Good question.
A mystery indeed, and one which I ask for your help to solve. Our future may depend on it. As for our second potential path, it concerns a request made directly to the students of Baldessian. Our organization was founded primarily to study strange and unexplained phenomena the world over. Mysterious relics and ruins, arcane disturbances, and so forth. Compared to our more isolationist Sharlayan colleagues, we have strong connections overseas, namely with scholars and academics who share our passion for the unknown.
So that was a good thing.
The request in question comes from one such acquaintance, Nidana, an alchemist residing in distant Thavnair. Her missive describes the sudden appearance of a tower, and the subsequent summoning of what I can only assume is a lunar primal. In response to this threat, the satrap of Radzat-Han, the individual who governs the city-state, has instructed the alchemists to find a means to deal with the spire.
The artisans of that land are heirs to an ancient tradition, one rather unlike that of their Uldan counterparts. It is possible, nay, probable, that they have gleaned truths unattainable by Eorzea or her Far Eastern allies.
They do, in fact, appear to have a strategy in mind, though it will require further research. To that end, they have requested an introduction to a capable warrior shielded by the blessing of light.
Assuming we divide our forces to pursue both of Kral's lines of inquiry, then having you join the group heading to Thavnair would seem the obvious choice. But the investigation in Sharlayan is of vital importance as well. Equal, I think, to the Thavnairian one, given that the fate of the world may hinge on the results of both.
Yes, it is quite the quandary. Though it is a great imposition and an altogether too common one, our efforts would be more likely to succeed were you to lead the charge on both fronts.
Of course.
You are indeed our champion. As to which task to tackle first, we will defer to your decision. Let us next decide how everyone else might best be assigned. As for myself, I shall continue what I've begun in Sharlayan. I should also like to steal the services of an Archon or two.
and thereby gain access to a greater range of reading material. I will help with that.
Allow me to offer my assistance. I have some small amount of experience in the field of research.
Alize and I would also like to help, if you would have us.
Anything to understand even a fraction of what our father and the Forum might be thinking.
Of course! The more the merrier.
Right. The rest of us will make the journey to Thavner. Thoughts? Objections?
I passed through Thavner on my way to infiltrate the Empire, and though I'm not qualified to give a guided tour, I did gain a sense of where things lie.
I'll be happy to have you along then. So for this group, it will be you, me, and Urianger.
Give me a moment afterwards, and I'll supply you with all the details of Nadana's request. Consider this hall our rendezvous point once our respective tasks are complete. May our investigations prove fruitful.
Yeah, the stormy winds have died down now. That's good. Quite often good. Yeah, let's go with Carl. Okay, is on the western edge of the woods. Yeah, Eladaris, if you're still there, I'm also still a bit sleepy. Stormy winds have kept me up during the day, during the night, so hopefully though they are set to calm down soon. Hunt for specimens, excuse me. I get to hunt for specimens. By the looks of it, those leaves will be for hand and field, so gathering and stuff. Yes, I am. See, so this is essentially the way to get to be able to do the hunts and such. Quickly just switch to one of my level 90 ones, just so I can get access to the rest. Oh, okay, I need to fulfill a certain quest. Oh, that's fine. I don't mind that. Let me see. If I go, let's say, Culinarian. Yep, there we go. Green and leaves, now available. So let's see, we'll do the tradecraft ones. Ooh, not bad actually for in terms of gil. These are probably the ones that Ren does to get us the gil. These are the alchemist ones. What about fieldcraft? Ooh, barely anything. Jesus. Well, what the hell is that? Is that a venture mark or something? There it is. Oof. Right, okay. The fieldcraft ones give me feck all in terms of gil. Plenty in terms of XP, but not much in terms of gil, which is a bit unfortunate. But the tradecraft ones must be the ones that Ren does for getting us plenty of gil. Which I'm fine with. And maybe one day I'll actually be able to join her in doing them. And now that the alchemist ones is the more rewarding in terms of gil, which we'll need for the FC. I just need to actually get my alchemy up at some point. And I do want to get my culinary started at some point as well, which I'll do soon. Especially now that I'm here, I'll actually saying that I've still got to do the culinary quests. I haven't finished them yet. I've still got something in the first to finish off as well, actually, now that I think about it. Tell the others to meet us at the stone benches over there once they found some promising tools. Happy reading! Years ago, on the banks of the Thaliak and the Trevanian hinterlands, the Sharlayan colony was thrived. The settlement was originally established as a mere outpost to study the ethereal sea in the year 1311 of the 6th astral year. Scholars dispatched to Eorzea found the facilities wanting, and their demands encouraged a gradual expansion and structure of the services. As rumors spread of a growing community of academics, the area was further inundated with Eorzean students hoping to share in the renowned wisdom of the Sharlayans. 50 years later, the Forum passed a motion to recognize what had become a flourishing town as an official Sharlayan colony. Lovely. Forever 20 summer. Sorry, still a bit tired from the stormy winds. Keeps me up most of the night. Sorry, were you waiting long? I wanted to make sure I'd bought at least a few promising volumes. Often on Prior should also be along shortly. I was delayed in similar fashion. As far as I could see, no titles in the Archon stacks mentioned the final day specifically, so we have no choice but to start with the tangentially relevant titles, if they are even that. At present, the plan is to skim through as quickly as we dare and share our discoveries as we make them. It would have been nice to invite everyone to the estate, plenty of comfortable places to read, and a ready supply of hot tea. As I was quite fond of reading outside. But it's not about those little pleasures, is it? You miss your home. It's been difficult. After our arrival, we managed to speak with one of the family servants and ask how things were. It seems our dear father has instructed the staff that even if Alvina and I were to return to Sharlayan, we were not to be allowed to cross the threshold. Wow. A harsh measure indeed. I hope that our efforts to understand his position and that of the forum will perhaps lead to a reconciliation. We'll mend this rift one day, I'm certain of it. And what of you, Graha? Have you been to visit your family, or do they not live here in the city? Ah, well, the situation is also somewhat complicated. I was raised in Sharlayan, yes, but I was born rather further away. In the southern reaches of Ilsabard, in fact. For generations, my people have dwelt in Corvos, a coastal region opposite the island of Thavnir. The Elegans founded a city in that fertile land and by ship brought in the subjugated tribes of the Makote to serve as labourers. Of course, the massive earthquake of the Fourth Umbral Calamity brought an end to the Empire's reign, and when the Fifth Calamity froze the seas solid, many of the tribes still living in Corvus braved the journey back to Eorzea. My ancestors, however, chose to remain, that they might prevent the remnants of Elegant technology from being misused. Isn't Corvus under Gallian rule? For the past 50 years, yes. Some semblance of local culture remains, as is the case for most imperial provinces, but Galamond renamed the region Locus Amonas. When I was a boy, a nearby town came under the jurisdiction of an illustrious imperial family, the nobles of House Darnus. House Darnus demonstrated a singular interest in Elegant civilization, and so my tribe was forced to consider a plan of action. For some time already, voices had been raised in favor of abandoning our ancient customs. After all, the oligarchy no longer passed to our oldest children as reliably as it once had. Fear of discovery eventually tipped the scales, and the decision was made to bury our ties to the knowledge of traditions of our land. As the last child born with the oligarchy, I was given over to the custody of friends and the students of Bardessian, who had me registered as a Sharlayan citizen. I never even considered. Forgive me, it was an unkind question. Even Thancred was taken in by Archon Louis Soir, was he not? Stories of adopted waifs and rescued orphans are more common among Sharlayans than you might think. Yet regardless of our origins, we are all provided with an equal opportunity to learn, and with sufficient perspicacity, we outsiders can even earn the vaunted title of Archon. This is exactly why I have such love for this country, why I wish it to remain a nation of which its citizens can be proud. Here. Another good reason to get to the bottom of the Faun's stubbornness, aside from the trifling matter of our impending doom. Excuse us while we try to make some headway into these books, Dante. More company should be arriving any moment. So Graham was born in Ilsabard. Nice to know. We've returned with our selections, although I must say the pickings were quite slim indeed. Mistress Crown has already flicked through every history book devoted to disasters and more than a few which barely made mention of them. Such we will be looking into research papers on the Umbral calamities, as well as articles written by prominent forum members. Perhaps their knowledge of the final days comes from an unexpected source. Speaking of which, might I ask you a few questions related to the final days? I'm the only one here who didn't witness the events of Amarat firsthand, and fear I may be overlooking critical details. Many thanks. Now, where to begin? First is fast. What kind of phenomenon did the ancients encounter as the final days drew nigh? If I remember correctly, it was a destabilization. Yes, the unfolding catastrophe wrought havoc on all manner of life. The chaos extended to the ancients themselves, causing their powers of creation to spiral out of control. Fear and despair manifested in terrible, tangible fashion. Meteors raining from the sky, fire erupting from the ground, indescribable abominations prowling the streets. That more or less aligns with my understanding. From when the Earth of Creation had survived until the present day, we might have had something substantial to analyze. To the best of our knowledge, however, those techniques were not preserved or passed on, which told us surmises that the closest known magic is that of the summoning rituals promulgated by the Asians. Was there aught else of note which heralded the approach of the final days? Ah, yes. The Amoratines spoke of it, didn't they? We never did hear this sound ourselves, of course, thrust as we were into the midst of the madness. But it seems that each and every one of the catastrophes was preceded by this ominous noise. Eventually it resounded all across the star, and not even Amaroth was spared. So the ground was crying out, you say? To be considered the harbinger of doom, it must have been quite distinctive and probably quite loud. I'll have to speak with one of Numenon's mammoths and ask if after any books which may mention of such a sound. Last but not least, would you describe how the ancients sought to quell this unprecedented calamity? What definitive action did they take? I think their action was to summon Zodiac. Yes, with Elizabeth serving as his heart, so many gave themselves in sacrifice to bring him into being. We do not know exactly how Zodiac brought salvation to the star, only that by his godlike will were the laws of nature set aright. Then, once the balance was redressed, the ancients offered up a further sacrifice to heal the ravages of the final days. Lives sprouted anew, and it was these fledgling souls they intended to render unto Zodiac, a trade that would have allowed them to resurrect the shades of loved ones absorbed by the primal. Or might have, had Vinette and her fellows not manifested their opposition in the form of Heidelin. Thank you, both of you, for the detailed review. I feel much more confident now in my understanding of events. With all that freshly in mind, it does make me wonder what the Telephoroi truly mean when they speak of bringing back the final days. You've seen that what they're doing with those tower of theirs is forcing people to summon primals a kind of catalyst. Are they attempting to mirror the conditions caused by unstable creation metrics? Are they simply using the final days as a figure of speech, a convenient metaphor for the scale of destruction they plan to unleash? But this is all just pointless conjecture at this stage. Let us return our attention to the forum, shall we? And finally, Ishtar. And the last time my extended search of the Archon stacks produced one or two possibly useful books, but I wouldn't get your hopes up. If you recall, Oriandra learned of the source's reflections from the given oracles, for its potential to cause panic and confusion, and Thomas deemed apocrypha and sealed away in the great Google library. It is even less likely that knowledge of the unsundered world, not to mention the horrors of the final days, would be left sitting on a shelf for any curious scholar to find. It stands to reason then that my colleagues, be they archons or counsellors, should perforce be largely ignorant of the subject. Yet, when you confronted Master Fortunal with knowledge of the Telephoroi and their machinations, he scoffed at the suggestion that they posed a threat. He seemed adamant that the Forum would know if the final days were truly upon us, which only supports the conclusion that whatever privileged wisdom is guiding the Forum's behavior, it is being kept secret from the rest of the nation. Not that I mean to excuse myself from reading to you, whether they contain mention of the final days or no, these books could yet hold something of value. You aren't thinking of leaving, were you? There's plenty of work for everyone. Hey now. Don't be like that to me, Eastola. Oh dear, you look exhausted. But what about your studies? Were you able to find any books on the subjects I mentioned? Then the day was well spent. Should you wish to read them again, a mammoth at the reference desk will point you in the right direction. For the moment, though, I suggest you take a well-deserved rest. We might be occupied with our research for quite some time. Ready for a break, Dante? I know I am. Honestly, my neck and shoulders are going to calcify if I don't stretch my legs and walk around for a bit. You know the last stand down at the harbour, don't you? Come and meet me near the outside tables and I'll treat you to their coffee. It's quite good. Hell yeah, we get to have coffee! Coffee, coffee, coffee. I actually don't mind walking around here, it's nice and peaceful. I love it. As busy as ever, I see. How very Sharlayan that no other gourmet cafe has sprung up to compete for customers. Actually, this crowd gives me an idea. Before we place an order, why don't we ask a few questions and gauge the mood of the city? I'm interested to hear what the average citizen has to say about the telephone. We might even learn something new. Worth a try, don't you think? Around here? What is it? Can a man not enjoy a moment of private respect? If you look at his chef table, then I respectfully request that you look elsewhere. You misunderstand, sir. We were simply wondering if you knew of the telephone. These enemies of peace have promised an end to all we hold dear. Wait, you're that House Lavalier girl, aren't you? And this man with you is obviously a foe. I'd heard you were disowned for helping outsiders indulge their barbaric whims. And here you are, giving truth to the room. I'll thank you to leave me be, if not to say to the likes of you. Well, I must apologize. 'Twas foolish of me to expect an ounce of civility from one so enlightened. Come, Dante. Oof. Jesus Christ. Also can be a bit brutal as well, it seems. Yes, I don't believe I've had the pleasure. Pray excuse the interruption, but we were hoping you might share your thoughts on the telephone and their unconscionable plans. My goodness, if it isn't the young Miss Lavilia. My apologies, but I work in the offices of the farm, and if word reached mass of fortune that I was hoping. I see. I'm sorry to have bothered you. Damn. Welcome, sir. What can I offer you today? Wait, is that Mrs. Alice I see there? My word, how long has it been? Far too long. Meet Dickon, the owner of the last stand. I used to frequent his cafe on occasion in between lessons at the studio. It seems like an age ago now. I remember hearing that you and myself and I set sail to Eorzea. Then you never came back. Nearly there's been gossip about your father disowning the pair of you. Everything alright at home? It's complicated, and I hadn't expected complete strangers to be so familiar with our situation quite so quickly. Everyone has an opinion, it seems. Well, it is House Lavalier. No matter how discreet Master Fortunato may have been, usually your family's doings never stay secret for long. Things being what they are, what brings you back to the city now, of all times? We have questions, and only Sharlayans have the answers. Tell me, Master Dickon, have you heard anything about an apocalypse called the Final Days? Well, like the end of the world? Nothing like that, I'm afraid. And that's what you're here to find, information on this apocalypse? Yes, whatever we can learn. Unfortunately, your patrons appear to be unwilling to speak with you. I wish there was more I could do to help. But maybe there is. You're a visitor to Sharlayan, aren't you? And few will know your face. We should be able to pass you off as a server, but none the wiser. We just finished preparing a few orders. To strike up some friendly conversations while you're setting down the food, and you might just get the answers you're looking for. Hey, Dickon coming in with a plan. Not a bad idea. I hate to ask, but what do you think? Also, sorry to hear that your wife left you, but I have nothing really to say to that. Now it's the spirit. Pay attention now and I'll explain where each of these dishes needs to go. The tea set is for the chatty group sitting by the water's edge. The omelette is for one of our regulars, a Highlander by the name of Gisla. She's sitting at an outside table with a friend of hers. Behind them you should see a Mikote gentleman. He ordered the oven-baked lobster. Called up. If you're not sure, just ask and I'll explain again. Okay, so... you guys will be the tea set, I believe. Tell for who? I'm sorry, I've never heard of them or their final days. My friends... Ooh, excuse me. My friends and I are somewhat uninformed when it comes to current events. Now, if you wanted to hear about ritual arcane practices of the 6th astral era, common or esoteric, then I'd be happy to talk your ear off. I mean, I might come back to you for that. Ah yes, Gisla wanted the omelette. Finally, 2468, let's dig in, no time to waste. What? The Talafarai? Ah yes, I remember seeing the name of the latest gazette. That had some grand claim about the end of days. Same old senseless warmongering. When will these fools grow tired of spilling each other's blood? Best stay out of it, I say, before I made the right choice, and I fully support our decision to remain neutral. Oven-baked lobster. Ah, alas, the oven-baked lobster. Oh dear, how long has Scrimton saved and suffered to afford this heavenly dish. The final days? This is the first I've heard of it. Although that would explain why my friend is being rushed off his feet. It must be a busy time to be a gleaner. You don't know what a gleaner is? They're collectors, of a sort. Travel the world procuring things that we haven't got here in Sharlayan. Prices books, unusual life specimens, and so forth. It's so named for those folk who trail after the reapers in the fields, picking up every grain which was missed. Aye, by all accounts, gleaning is a most meticulous and demanding profession. If these Telephoroi make good on their audacious threats, then many uncatalogued rarities could be lost forever. Why else would the gleaners be buzzing about in such a frenzy? Watch the harbour and you'll see what I mean. They're carting loads in from the docks all day. It's never been dissected before, not like this. Thank you for the info. Any trouble with the customers? Were you able to get anyone talking? Interesting. They seem unaware of the final days, aside from whatever vague news the gazettes about. Even Dickon had nothing to offer. He's the best source of gossip in the city. If the firm does have secret knowledge, then they've done an impressive job of ensuring no one whispers it in the wrong ear. In any case, thank you for playing the part so well. Here, that cup of coffee I promised. Hell yes! Coffee! Let's enjoy a drink somewhere else, shall we? Maybe behind the peristyle? Away from the gossips and their wagging tongues. Yes, this should do nicely. Out of the wind and out of sight.
When our father disowned us, I couldn't believe what I was hearing. It wasn't until much later that his words began to sink in, that I began to feel the weight of what it meant. Do you remember when the decision was made to come to Sharlayan? Graham said that the Forum was determined to keep us in the dark, and that Father's venomous performance was part of that strategy, to keep us at arm's length. Perhaps it was. Father argued with Grandfather on many occasions, but never with such dismissive contempt. And when he demanded what justifies the sacrifices we make in war, I honestly didn't know what to say. Neither did Alpha know, I know, but never for one moment did I believe we had made the wrong choice. So all I could do was fume silently. It was only afterwards that I realized how childish I had been, how being stubborn and self-righteous must run in the family. If I could have just mustered a civil response, then things might have turned out differently. They must be ferrying goods to Labyrinthos. A vast complex beneath the island. Sharlayan is famous for archiving knowledge from around the world. Well, that knowledge is not preserved exclusively in dusty tomes and desiccated samples. Our living library, comprised of all manner of flora and fauna, is housed and studied within that underground facility. Still, that did seem to be an unusually large shipment. When I lived here, it was rare to even see such cargo transported by boat. Wait! Didn't you hear something in the last stand about the gleaners coming and going more than usual? Well, I think they're the ones we saw manning those boats. And gleaners answer to the Forum. If the appearance of the Telophoroi prompted this sudden burst of activity, then Labyrinthos may hold a clue as to what the Forum is planning.
Trying to sneak in, I'm guessing. Welcome back, Dante. Been for a while, conclude your head, have you? Not exactly. We did some impromptu investigating and turned up information on the Gleaners. It makes sense. The Gleaners take their requests directly from the institutions and bureaucrats, but as you said, they ultimately answer to the Forum. Sudden and significant increase in Gleaner traffic and in cargo certainly gives the impression of an overreaching plan being put into motion. Let's see what theory we can build from the facts. As Ishtola observed earlier, Numenon's archives appear to contain no information concerning the final days. Coupled with what Dante and Alcé learned at the last stand, we can be reasonably sure that most Sharlayans know nothing of that particular period of ancient history. Yet my father and his colleagues are not only familiar with the final days, but are also somehow certain that the destruction being perpetrated by the Telephaloi is wholly unlike these apocalyptic events. Moreover, the Forum claims to be so occupied by a duty of such pressing importance that they saw fit to unanimously deny Eorzea's request for aid. And now the Gleaners, official agents of the state, have been mobilized on an unprecedented scale. I do not think it a stretch to conclude that the Gleaners recent activities are in service to the Forum's secret ends. In which case, our next course of action seems obvious. We visit Labyrinthos and assess the situation for ourselves, and if we're lucky, the Gleaners will be far more receptive to our questions. I'm glad you approve. You won't be disappointed, I promise. As for myself, there are a few more subjects I should like to research. I may join you later, but feel free to leave behind your board books and be on your way. I'll see to it that each is returned to its proper place. That would be a great help. Thank you, Raha. Let's head down the stairs over there, and I'll show you where the entrance is. Ready? Labyrinthos is not too far from here, but you may find the path a bit disorienting. I'll take the lead, so stay close. Okay. That's one to do it. Now we run, try to keep up. As long as the dog any messages I need to delete, we should be alright. Why don't we just swing into the thing? Well, here now, yes. I've taken the liberty of securing permission for our groups to zone. Right, everyone, onto the lift and down we go.
Deep beneath the scholar's city shines a false sun within a fabricated sky. In any age exist those who consider the floor an extension of their bookshelves, and this vault's architects surely belonged to that special breed. If the stack grows too high, start a new one. If no room remains, then make more rooms. A simple solution at first, and then bit by bit, a profound transformation. Knowledge buried beneath knowledge, a growing, creeping labyrinth from which there is no escape.
Labyrinthos.
Not what you expected. I must admit, the artifice is very convincing. But I assure you that we are beneath Sharlayan itself. The breeze you feel, the flowing waters you hear, all created by the hand of man.
The island is volcanic, you see, and once upon a time this great hollow must have been a reservoir for magma. It was discovered some 400 years ago, at which point it was repurposed as a storage facility for scrolls and samples and such. Renovations have continued, with nigh on no interruption to this day, with the lower levels still undergoing expansion.
Still? Jesus.
Aren't those people gleaners?
Aye, judging by their dress. They are said to work alone as a rule, but 'twould seem that rule is being enthusiastically broken today. It may be as you suspected, that they are engaged in a task apart from the norm.
Let's spread out and get some answers then.
Raphael, you okay?
Did you call to me just now? No. How odd. I must be a bit dizzy from the descent.
I hope that's not the case, Kyle.
I'll be fine, I'm sure. Let's get to work, shall we?
Either help or give me more headaches, because you don't have the look of a gleaner, and I'm in no mood for idle chatter. One of my colleagues was so exhausted he took a tumble and crashed into a pile of crates. Now I have a pack of marbles running loose. Let me think. The EC should be item 105. Crewman sees 1059, Snapper Bay 1060, over the 1061. My head feels like it's stuffed with Moko grass. Why more laws to take out than carry in? Why do all this at once and risk mixing it up? What if someone mistakes the correcting carrots from the Garabanian carrots? What then? Interesting. Wanna know what I'm doing? Hauling books and all and fauna. If it needs hauling, I haul it. Every decade or so, they take stock in labyrinthos, you know. Sort and tidy up the inventory. Never seen an operation like this before, though. They just did one a few summers ago, even. Then, with no warning at all, this mess gets dropped in our laps. Orders from on high. Damn to find out the reason. Could be that they're changing the layout, eh? Preparing for the next big expansion. Sounds like how things are with the game just in general, there. Any luck, Dante? What tales did the Gleaners have to tell? Easy. So this grand operation began without warning, and for every item they bring in, they send in more inventory somewhere else. I would explain that haggard faces I've been seeing. You're right, the farm is definitely up to something. Ooh, I shall be back, guys. Give me a second. Sorry about that, my order's finally arrived. Right. Let's get back to being comfy. Oh, there we go. You're right, the farm is definitely up to something. They're turning labyrinthos upside down in the process. Alright, let's see how much of this I can explore before having to do the quest. The Hall of Artifacts, Labyrinthos. Because I do want to try and see if I can attune myself to the Aetherites that they have down here. So trolls are essentially just big hairy gurus. Okay. Okay, so I can always make it to the Archelion, which is here. Our person will be doing some gathering down here. Makes sense considering how lush the place looks. Probably all sorts of botany and minor stuff that they can get from here. Accidental square then. I've been using Paladin lately for a few things, so... Okay, 2000 XP. Okay. Expected worse, if I'm honest. considering I'm on par with these guys in terms of levels. 2000 at just a base 115 and extra percentage XP is not bad. See if I can make it to the Sharlayan hamlet. If I can, great. If not, oh well. I'll just make my way back up to where the mission is. The 33rd facet. Oh, Aether Current. Nice. I wasn't exactly trying to actually find these, but I found one, so we'll go towards wherever it needs to. So Aether Currents, Labyrinth. Whoa! Wait, hold on, let me think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 to find and 5 via quest. What the hell? Why so many? Jesus! Trying to get them here is going to be a pain. I can just see it now. Oh, boy. Saying that though, I know for a fact my partner will be willing to help me get around to try and get them. If I can get whatever I can whilst I'm exploring around, it makes things a bit easier for them. If I don't find any, I don't find any. That's for the quest ones as well, they'll probably show up over time. So, that one will just be essentially wait essentially. Yeah. Logisticon Alpha. There's a lift operator there. They're all very posh and well mannered, these lot, aren't they? From what I can tell. Whenever you speak to them, they're very posh and well mannered in terms of how they speak and such. Stray garlic, stray queen, stray egg. So far, it looks like I could probably get to the hamlet. Just so. Awesome. Oh, this place I do remember, because this is where they grow all the veg and stuff. I remember this bit from when I first came into EndWalker. There was quite a few ether cone quests that happened down in this section. Just go this way, we might be able to cross over the bridge and get to the hamlet at some point. No, never mind. Actually, no, may still be able to. Actually, no, the lift takes is there, so. Oh, I'll still get to finish exploring up this area at least. This top part. This part, I just need to. But potentially, I could actually walk my way up just from here. And also get to it, and also get to this code section. If I'm lucky. Might be a bit of a circle, but nothing wrong with that if it means a bit of exploration. That's what I'm always down for in games like this. Especially new locations as well. Nice bit of exploration. See, this one I remembered being here. Ooh. Back and neck. Oh, that needed a good clicking. Oof. Stop farming, mama. Yeah, it doesn't look like I'll be able to get into the beta in here. Maybe able to a bit further up that. Stop this hell. Oh, well, even if I can't get into the beta, I've at least come and got the ether coin. Oh, nice, I can see down there. That does look nice. That's a beautiful view. And now one day I'll be able to actually view without being restricted by these limitations. Okay, we can't get into the beta. That's a slight bit annoying, but I will. Kind of also expected. There we go. Sorry, just you will have to forgive me every now and then. I do need to like just stretch and crack me back a bit or something. No, it's not exactly pleasant to hear, but the relief is so necessary and so welcome. Are you okay, mate? Well, seems to be all I can get to in here, so let's teleport back to the Archelion and let's go about this way. And fill out, you know, the area over here at the outer circle. Yeah, just fill out this last little bit here, and I'll take on the quest. This is the last little bit I can open up to for now. Ooh, I got actual caraboos here. Nice. And let's see, Aether coin anywhere? It'd be nice just for at least an Aether coin to be around here, just so I'd have to like come back here at a later point. Aether current. Are you out here anywhere? This one. Oh, I don't know if it's when I start collecting them around here, which will be off screen. Glorified rat capture egg. You would do well to learn more of what specifically the Gleaners are being tasked to do, as well as who tasked them to do it. If you're game Dante, I have an idea. Let me guess, make myself one of them. Didn't one of the Gleaners you questioned say something about escaped marmots? Perhaps if you were to help him catch said creatures, you might be inclined towards a more friendly and enlightening conversation. In the meantime, I will turn my charms upon this Gleaner here. We could compare notes afterwards. Happy hunting. Of course. You wish to help me find the marmots? I have nothing suitable to pay you for your services, but if you're offering out of the goodness of your heart, welcome the assistance. The name is Erenville, friend, specialist in the collector of live specimens. That said, the capture of these Nagsian marmots is a trial I have no desire to repeat. Grizzled mice, they call them. For mercy, there are no other mammoth species on this tier at present, so there should be no mistaking our little fugitives. If you happen to catch any, stuff them in this sack. Gently, of course. I'll try my best, but I don't know. Where to begin, you wonder? I've not seen any scampering around here, so we'll need to widen our search into the surrounding forest. Be on your guard. There are beasts out there that I won't hesitate to prey on a marmot. Or you. I'll search the trees to the west. The eastern part of the forest is all yours. Good luck. Searching for grizzled mice, are we? Oh. Again, now that view, just taking it in. Just beautiful. Ah, there's a little grizzled friend. go. Thankfully, the mammoths seem to be unharmed. They've held up well in isolation, but it's much too soon to release them into the habitat. It's a good thing we were able to recapture them so swiftly. You have my thanks. Well, the authority in charge of Labyrinthos, now and in perpetuity. The same officials who've had us working day and night of late. The honorable members of the Fallen. Who else? Suitable for consumption and easy to read, those were the two conditions I was given for the stock I was instructed to procure. I don't know what the farm has planned for these creatures, but at the very least, I doubt they'll be served for dinner today or tomorrow. There you are, Dante. Is this the gleaner you mentioned? The one who was looking for lost marmots? Interesting company you keep, friend. Who are you folk, anyway? I am Crowley, the students of Baldessi. These others are my associates. Truth be told, the firm's decision of late have not sat entirely well with us. That's why we made the descent into Labyrinthos. We hope that by seeing those decisions put into action, we might more fully understand their reason. Wise and practical. Never hurts to try and gain a broader perspective, does it? Anyway, duty calls. Other animals to capture and enclosures to empty. Once again, I'm sorry about that, can't offer you more for your services. Did you learn anything new from your friend there? So we've confirmed that the order for this ambitious operation did indeed come directly from the Fallen. However, the Gleaners have not been informed of its purpose. I'd say that fits with everything we've heard thus far. We also discovered when the operation was begun, the Fallen contacted the Gleaners' guildship and put their people to this great work some 4 days after the Telephoid made their chilling declaration. As seasoned travelers, the Gleaners keep abreast of news from every corner of the board out of necessity. Thus am I inclined to trust that their calendar of events is accurate. Altogether, it gives a distinct impression that this undertaking was a sudden and unexpected development. Yet I find it hard to believe that such a comprehensive restructuring of Labyrinthos and its archives could have been planned in so brief a window. Nay, this plan was long in the making. They were but awaiting the right time to put it into effect. And the Telephoid's declaration was what set it all in motion. It seems likely, but let us not leap to conclusions just yet. For the moment, I suggest we conduct a wider investigation of Labyrinthos. The more facilities we visit, the more pieces of the puzzle we stand to find. In that case, how about we head to the Archeum? From there we can reach the lower cryo. Fine, truly. The sudden descent has left me with a bit of a headache, that's all. Nothing will stop me from soldiering on. Let's be about it then. At least allow me to take the lead. I'm fairly certain I remember the way to the Archeum. We followed the path east through the forest where you were chasing after that mouse or mammoth, was it? Anyway, there's the trolls you need to watch out for. Cryo, what are you not telling us? Might have to do a fade here just for the shared face to come up here. for this area. I'll do that at some point later on. Behind the Archeum, as Numenon serves as Sharlayan's literary archive, so does this structure house the city's wealth of material data. The architecture too is similar. This building you see is mainly the upper entrance, an access point to the vaults carved into the cliffside itself. Within those vast rooms are stored countless samples and specimens, as well as the detailed records which describe them. In a manner of speaking, the Archeum contains a physical history of Sharlayan's unwavering dedication to the accumulation of knowledge. Well, we won't learn anything of value standing out here. Let us proceed into the main building and speak with the custodian. I'm not gonna lie, for a second I thought he was Thancred. Just like, wait, bud, what are you doing down here? So let's see, just for the moment I can only get Birkenland Sap, Luncheon Toadskin, and Yakauchuk. We'll see over time, that will change when I do fates here. Greetings. Me are here to peruse the Archeum's vaults. Peruse? You are clearly not gleaners then. Might I ask your affiliation? We belong to the students of Bartesian, but is that relevant? I was given to believe that the vaults, those open to the public at least, were open to the public. Ordinarily, yes, that would be the case. At present, however, access is restricted. Only persons directly involved in the reorganization efforts are permitted to enter. Not us, then. I suppose we had better move along to another facility. This building has a lift which connects to the middle tier, yes? Might we at least make use of that? That service has also been suspended, I am afraid. For the time being, priority has been given over to the conveyance of inventory. What? So this is as far as we can go? I apologize for the inconvenience. Please come again after our restructuring operation is concluded. By that time it will be too late, and we're so close to getting answers. We need to rethink our approach. Let us step outside for the moment, shall we? Students of Bartesian. He knew full well we weren't students of Bartesian. He's no fool. We are at an impasse, as we have no other leads. I should like to pursue this one further. But I doubt that our stone-faced custodian will be swayed by helpful pleas. We must seek another means to access the lower levels. It is likely that the people in this area are involved in the restructuring in one way or another. If we were to ingratiate ourselves, they might allow us to accompany them to the lift. Let us ask around. Surely someone is in need of a few strong backs to lighten the lift. Good thinking, good thinking. Am I taking the lift? Oh no, we're just students. They won't let us into the Archean, even though we found. Actually, we have no idea what it is we found. There's no record of such a creature anywhere, but it was wandering around tranquilly. So we thought to donate it to the vault. What is little squeal, don't you think? Anyway, I suppose we'll have to take care of it until the Archeon is open again. What's that? Take you down on the lift with me? Sorry, but not a chance. Been up and down all day, and only now have I finally found a spare moment to rest. Did see a gleaner fellow heading out to the gate there, shouldering a large pack. Engaged in some minor task. Maybe he'll be headed down before he's below after he's done with whatever it is he's doing. Got a feeling it'll most likely be Evanville. So all these tasks around with doing something around here. You're likely to see him again. Oh, that is Evanville. Quiet, you'll frighten it away. Ah, Shuriken. I don't mean to be rude, but I'm in the middle of another task. The cloudkin I need to capture is close. Very close. You wish to help me with this too? You spend your time in an unusual way, my friend. Still, 2 hunters are generally better than 1. Barely. The canal here is common gathering spot for birds of all kinds, but the one I am after today is the hornbill. Its feathers are green, and its cry is a distinctive call. Single it out and shoot it with a sleeping dart. The effects are short-lived, so I'll lie in wait down by the riverbank to claim our quarry. Be sure to hit the right one. Alright, so we're looking for a hornbill. Shit. Come on, man. You said the effects are short-lived.
A fair shot. Nicely done. Let me truss this one up, and I'll make my way over to you.
There you are. Any new revelations? So you met with that gleaner again, this time to capture a hornbill. I understand catching and bringing in creatures from the outside, but what's the point of chasing after ones already here?
Oh, it's a simple thing, really. Occasionally, we remove specimens no longer needed for study, or those we've had difficulty raising. But we can't simply turn them loose. Safely returning such creatures to their native habitats is another facet of a cleaner's duties. But not in this case, I'm afraid. I've been asked to bring the bird below.
The restricted section in the lower levels of Labyrinthos. Open only to a select few researchers handpicked by the Forum. The projects down there are the subject of rumor and hearsay. Forbidden magics. Advanced technologies that can never be allowed to fall into outside hands. Even Archons are not privy to the truth. Those who are, the researchers involved in this secretive work, are not permitted to walk freely in the city, and are instead required to live in isolated quarters.
Damn.
What could a facility subject to such strict security protocols possibly need with a hornbill? An experiment?
Possibly. I wasn't afforded an explanation. But judging by the requisition list given to me and my colleagues, I doubt it's for any kind of advanced research. I'd be more inclined to believe we were making preparations to migrate to the south. Mericidia or thereabouts.
What? Why would you say that?
Much of the flora and fauna we were asked to procure could serve as reliable sources of sustenance. They're comparatively hardy species, too, able to endure harsh climates. And among them are specimens known to be effective in improving soil quality and purifying water.
When you put it that way, migration does sound like a reasonable assumption.
That's all it is, though. An assumption. Through our tasks, we gleaners glimpse only bits and pieces of the Forum's plans. Our prime concern is that our requisitions, be they living or otherwise, are properly preserved for the knowledge of future generations. Now, I really must be going. I regret that I cannot reward you as you deserve.
Perhaps you might reward us after a fashion then. It is imperative that we reach the lower levels. And seeing as you are already set to descend with your assigned cargo, mayhap we could accompany you as your assistants.
I'm afraid that won't be possible. Once the animals have been prepared for transport, we send them down separately via the lift. I will of course follow after to make my report, but I can hardly pass you off as porters when there's nothing left to carry.
Indeed. Pray forget I said anything.
How do you feel about climbing? If you've strength and the courage to brave it, then there is another way down. This path leads to the 33rd facet, a mine shaft excavated during one of our expansions of Labyrinthos. While I cannot guarantee that the passage is safe to traverse, it should provide access to the medial circuit below.
I never even knew such a place existed. Thank you. This is the perfect solution.
You're quite welcome, but consider yourselves warned. If the going proves too treacherous, you'd do well to turn back. I bid you good day.
Good day to you as well, Ivanville.
Well, turning back is hardly an option, not when we've come this far. Let's go and take a look at this mine shaft.
Not far from leveling up. From this quest alone, we'll do it. We'll be level 81. We still got a lot of Sancred sections to do over in February. No other goes in this section by the looks of it. Everyone seems to have made it through without incident. Nothing of consequence, at least. And as promised, the tunnel has delivered us into the meteor cycle. As I recall, this tier is where they keep a wide variety of samples for agricultural production. If Evanville's assumption holds true, the specimens being collected in preparation for a great migration, then we should see evidence of such plans in the area's research projects. Let's follow the path into the nearest farming facility and see what we see. Do I try and get to this field? Ah, screw it, yeah, let's go for one. Look like they could actually do with the helping hand as well, actually. Come on, Steve, Samantha, so good to go down. There are also some mandragoras around here. Ooh! Essentially blackberry-like fruits. Pumpkins. Got all sorts. This is Merial Agronomics. Labyrinthos is host to a wide variety of vegetation, which allows us to conduct studies on cultivation methods utilized in foreign lands. And it is this facility which coordinates and oversees those efforts. The fruits of their research go to feed their Labyrinthos colleagues, or so I hear. One notable success may make it to the Agora. Foods so exotic you'd be hard-pressed to guess their origin, let alone how they might taste. Indeed, mystery vegetables without a name, only listed nutritional benefits scribbled on a card. I see no gleaners hereabouts, yet these workers seem to share that same sense of urgency. 'Tis possible they know something of the Fallen's plans and their underlying motivations. Worth looking into, wouldn't you say? See what you can coax from the workers. The rest of us will do the same. I'll cast about for useful clues. Oh, hello there. We weren't expecting visitors. Now with use of the lift being restricted, how did you make it down here anyway? The mine shaft, you say? You're a much hardier soul than I. In the normal circumstances, I'd reward such tenacity with a guided tour of the fields. But I'm afraid the farm has us filling orders lists a mile long. Massive yet detailed requests, literal wagon loads of crop samples, and hardly any time to put them together. When I first heard of this grand reorganization, I assumed we would be shuffling around old stock to make room for the new. Then came the orders for ridiculous quantities of seeds we've already thoroughly researched. Passing strange, eh? I pressed for an explanation and was met with vague assurances that all would be revealed in due course. Not the most satisfying answer. So even some of these aren't exactly happy with any of them. Arid harvester. What crops are we raising? Well, as you can see, this one is a variety of grapes. Only need a good source of sunlight to grow, and the conditions here are not a shot of perfect. Hardly surprising, given that it's native to a particular locale, in the very place upon which Labyrinthos was modelled, a region in the south of Ilsabad. It boasts remarkable habitat diversity, allowing for myriad flora and fauna to thrive. Chilly peaks in the north give way to swaths of temperate plains, which in turn transition into a hot, humid coastline. Such bountiful territory is ever contested, as you might expect. Used to be called Corvos before the Imperials renamed it Locus Amonis. The farm saw it not as a prize, however, but as a researcher's ideal environment, one whose climates we strove to recreate with the confines of Labyrinthos. It's since provided a rich foundation for countless experiments in cultivation. Okay. Ooh, white flowers. Hello.
Hard to look away, isn't it? But they're more than pretty flowers. Heart blooms are attuned to ambient emotion. You don't seem convinced, but believe me, it's true. This ashen grey, for instance, it mirrors the anxiety and urgency of those working nearby as they rush to fulfill sudden orders. Intense feelings like those spur the petals to change colour. Bright glowing hues in the presence of joy, dark subdued shades for frustration or despair. Yet even with the collected wisdom of Sharlayan at our disposal, we've yet to identify the underlying principle of this empathic effect. And there are other mysteries besides. Although the flower is extraordinarily long-lived, its low reproductive rate has made it difficult to find younger populations growing in the wild. With too few sightings to map its distribution, and no closely related species to track, we've been unable to pinpoint its land of origin. To further complicate matters, every culture, even dimly aware of its existence, has given it a different name and mythos. Our attempts to study it via the historical record have been an exercise in frustration. As an avid botanist myself, I should one day like to unravel the Heartbloom's secrets. But I'm afraid other duties must take precedence. I will leave you to your thoughts.
Have you learned aught of interest? A flower that reacts to one's feelings. Strange. I must say, I have never heard of such a thing.
This is all very fascinating. But as it stands, we fail to gain any significant insight into the Forum's undertaking.
Indeed. While there is certainly enough activity to support Erenville's supposition that a priority has been placed on improving food production, unfortunately for our investigation, these workers were never informed as to how their duties serve the master plan.
If only we could interrogate the Forum members directly. Isn't that the entrance to the arcade? Look, there. I think that's Erenville.
A little difficult to tell from here, but I think you're right. He did say he was coming down to make his...
Erenville receives his orders from the Forum. Would it not follow, then, that the superior to whom he reports is a Forum member, or at least a close associate?
You mean to eavesdrop on their conversation? What of the risks?
Ours alone to bear. We won't interfere with Erenville's work, nor will he be implicated as an accomplice. If you're not comfortable taking part, I can do this alone.
Nay. I said myself that I wished to know Father's intentions. And no answers will be forthcoming should we simply ask nicely.
We can apologize later, should it come to it. Right now, we need every crumb of information we can get our hands on. Consequences be damned.
It might be best if you came along as well. In fact, we should all...
Cryo?
Cryo?
Oh, yes. That certainly sounds like a plan.
I'm glad you agree.
Quickly! Erenville is on the move. We need to get closer before we lose him.
Almost. I can almost reach you.
Did you have to turn us into Toad? Lovely, thanks. Alfie Toad and Ollie Toad. I don't like that. Don't ever call them that again. Maybe the wrong library was a safer route. Well out of a good distance. Alex! Oh, cutscene.
I trust you will find your compensation to be more than satisfactory. We wish to make clear that we are pleased with the efficiency and thoroughness of your work. So much so that we have come bearing new tasks in need of your competent hand.
Another lengthy list. If I may speak frankly, the Gleaners have been pushed to the point of collapse by your unending demands. We are not familiars to be exploited. We are Sharlayan scholars, and we deserve an explanation for this unseemly treatment. What warrants such urgency?
In an age long past, Sharlayan was charged with a momentous duty. And now that word of the final days hangs heavy in the air, the time has come for us to fulfill that charge. I can say no more, but I promise you this. All will be revealed in due course. And when it has, you will understand that your toil was in service to the greatest good.
Then I will do your bidding. For now. But unless you wish the Gleaners to rise up in protest, I advise you to offer tangible improvements for our working conditions. Your promised revelation does nothing to address present circumstances.
A fair point. Your concerns will be conveyed to the Forum.
I hope that was informative. You may consider my debt to you repaid in full. While I do have my reservations about the Forum, I want to believe that they have our best interests at heart. Which is why I'm reassured that you're busy sniffing out the truth of things. We can ill afford to place all our eggs in one basket, this master plan of theirs, without first understanding the risks involved.
Wait! How did you know it was us?
If you mean to impersonate a toad, try studying the real thing. And don't try to fool an expert.
Oh, yes. Oh, Heavenville. Fucking hell, nice one. I suppose we should have known a gleaner who specializes in animal procurement would not be so easily deceived. Yet he seemed inclined to put in his trust in us all the same. More importantly, perhaps we discovered a new piece of the puzzle. This momentous duty the Forum agent mentioned. Sharlayan has been called to action, and the Telephoroi's declaration was the catalyst. Whatever charge it is they hope to fulfill, they deem it of sufficient import to disrupt all of Labyrinthos, not to mention ignore Eorzea's request for aid. What duty could warrant the direct involvement of the farm and commitment of all its resources? Judged by what we just heard, none of the gleaners were offered any kind of explanation. At this point, it seems abundantly clear that we'll learn nothing new by pressing them further. We should head back to Wistola and File for the moment, see what they think of this. Logged out and then logged straight back in on the same character. Do you have Wi-Fi issues or something? No iPad to do that. Wistola, where's Cryo? Interesting. I had a feeling you would learn something important, even if that something was simply a confirmation that no one knows much of anything. We should share this with Crowd, then discuss how we'd like to proceed. Assuming we find her back at the farm. She was still behaving oddly, so I bade her return and rest there. Perhaps not the best decision in hindsight. Would you mind checking near those flowers she was so entranced by? The rest of us can survey the more distant areas, just in case she decided to wander. The heart blooms. She's not the only one I was entranced by them. Seems even Dante was a bit entranced by them as well. There you are, Quail. Oscar is so enamored with these flowers.
For you. The spell will keep it from wilting. She said you would need it for the journey ahead.
She? Oh, you must also be...
Will you speak with her now? I cannot hope to match Minfilia's clarity, of course, but...
She has lent me her body for only a moment. Just as I could not save the first from the flood of light, it has become arduous for me to interact with the physical world without assistance. Though I might converse with you for a time, the incorporeal form I assumed on the ship would be incapable of casting even the simplest enchantment. It is in the depths of the ethereal sea, the place to which all life returns, where my influence is greatest. After Menphilia's sacrifice on the first, it was to the sea, here in the source, where I ferried her soul. I wish that gentle spirit to find rest in the world she loved so well. Her, and another who may yet have a part to play, though that will depend on you. Take the flower, walk free, for you are free, to go where you wish, to believe what you will. That bloom will be your guide, test and proof of your conviction. In darkness, seek joy. Surrender not to sadness, and see beyond despair. Walk free, and bear the light for others to follow. Together, raise it aloft and let it shine, till the end, blinding and radiant.
That was all too brief. Already she seems so far away. My apologies if I startled you. Ever since we began our descent into Labyrinthos, I had sensed another's will, straining to reach out. Even with my particular talents, though, I was unable to make a connection at first. So weak and tenuous it was. Once I took hold of that wispy thread. Imagine my surprise to discover it was Heidelin herself. Needless to say, it seemed wise to learn what we could before letting go. Her answers were more cryptic than I would have liked, but at least she left us with a guide of sorts, that unusual flower.
It's called a harp bloom.
Yes, we are definitely making progress.
You can't be serious. We've done nothing wrong.
Uh-oh.
Master Fortuno, what business has the Forum with us?
Obstruction and suppression, apparently.
Mistress Baldessian, our records show you facilitated the Scions' entrance into Sharlayan by claiming them as assistants for your organization. We are aware of your investigations. After alerting the major institutions to the presence of potential troublemakers, we received word from an Archean custodian. A group operating under the auspices of the students, skulking about Labyrinthos and engaging in clandestine behavior.
Clandestine? We may not have entered Sharlayan as Scions, but we did naught to conceal our identities. Our only purpose in this city is to seek the truth. I can think of no reason why our actions should warrant the Forum's intervention.
'Tis not our way to discourage the pursuit of knowledge, but the timing of such pursuits must be considered, not to mention their potential impact. With the world in chaos, we, the true caretakers of wisdom, have committed ourselves to an undertaking that demands the utmost discretion. And we will not risk its success by turning a blind eye to disruptive foreign elements in our midst.
What, then, is to be our fate? Will you put us on a ship back to Eorzea?
The Forum will convene to examine your case. The results of said inquiry will determine your future in this city. As for your absent companion, he has already been detained.
Graha! But why? Is reading a crime now, too?
Reading is encouraged, celebrated even. Not, however, of the volumes shelved in the restricted section of the library.
Wow, was a bit
Refusing to
reckless.
comply will only make matters worse. Let us instead treat this as an opportunity to open a dialogue with the Forum.
Silence is often one's best defense. I would advise against prolonging the proceedings with frivolous discourse. But enough. This is not the place for debate. The rostra await.
Forgive me. I was careless.
We would have been detained regardless. This way, at least, we managed to stay together. I trust your time within the Forbidden Archives was well spent.
The Forum will come to order. This inquiry is now in session. As Speaker-elect, I will be presiding over the day's proceedings. Master Fortuner, would you be so kind as to restate the matter which compelled you to summon your colleagues with such urgency?
As you are all aware, we recently denied Eorzea's request for Sharlayan assistance. Since then, certain individuals dissatisfied with our decision have taken it upon themselves to interfere with our work. They entered our nation masquerading as associates of the students of Baldessian. But these malcontents are better known as the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. These militants wield influence with both the Eorzean and Eastern alliances, and are inextricably involved with the crises presently afflicting the world at large. Loose in our city, these warmongers sought to meddle with and expose matters of state secret. What are they, if not a dire threat to be expelled?
You have tarnished the good name of the students. Galuf would be ashamed.
Galuf Baldessian was never one to forsake his fellow man. Even if this nation closed every door and retreated from the world, he would have found a way to help the Scions, help every soul of this star fight back against the coming doom.
Ooh, that's a dwarf.
A terrible enemy stands poised to lay waste to all we hold dear. In the face of such madness, Eorzea reached out to Sharlayan, a respected ally, in the hopes of forming a united front. Was your curt dismissal truly the best you could offer? Or are you so preoccupied with your momentous duty of an age-long past that even the end of the world is unworthy of your attention?
Ooh.
Whence came this revelation?
From the mouth of a forum member within fortuitous earshot.
Then it seems your findings support my own. The reason I visited the restricted shelves was to study records of the forum's policy-making process, to better understand the historical trends underlying their most major decisions. At first glance, the positions of neutrality in war and the accumulation of knowledge above all else appear constant and consistent, the unchanging pillars of Sharlayan society. And once upon a time, I might have left it at that. These days, however, I am more attuned to the subtleties of governance, and so I noticed something odd.
Oh?
From a particular point in time, the purpose of these policies shifted. No longer was knowledge preserved for the benefit of society. Rather, society was to be gradually reshaped to ensure the preservation of knowledge. The most conspicuous and telling change was the one which befell Labyrinthos. Once little more than an oversized storehouse, an enormous allocation of funds saw it transformed into an advanced research and archival facility.
Mm-hmm.
I also discovered a fascinating account on the finances of our Dravanian colony. The settlement attracted students from far and wide, and the connections and tuition fees thus acquired were funneled into further improvements for the archives. Now, there is no question that our nation's progress is tied to the acquisition of wisdom. Nevertheless, the vast resources diverted for this purpose borders on the obscene. But returning to the matter of when, our change in course appears to have been made some 270 years ago.
Oh, a long time ago.
The very same period when Sharlayan scholars in the hinterlands began a formal study of the ethereal sea. You found something, did you not? And whatever it was, gave rise to your oh-so-important duty.
Mind your tongue, Archon. If you had seen...
Yes, we are bound by a duty we cannot ignore. Knowing this, what would you have us do? Abandon our vital work and join you on the field of battle? We will never choose the way of the sword. We will fulfill our mission, not through strife and bloodshed, but survival. Come what may, we shall live on. We must.
Do as you must, then. But we Scions will fight until the heavens fall, until our last breath.
Such misguided zeal.
Father, Master Fortuno, I fail to understand the stance you have elected to take. But by the same token, I have yet to find a compelling argument to counter the challenge you put to us in Gridania. still in the midst of my uncertainty. I must trust in myself to do what is right, as others have chosen to trust in me. So I will continue, as I always have, weighing the consequences of my every action, and allowing my hope for the future to inform my decisions.
Good on you.
That's quite enough. Have you all forgotten the reason for this assembly?
Skolok Monteshane. He's the head of the Studium and an old friend of my grandfather's.
Honestly, every discussion devolves into some interminable debate. Terrible habit. Let's return to the topic at hand, hmm? By their own admission, these scions have resolved to fight alongside the Eorzean nations against the doom which swift approaches. But there exists no evidence of an attempt to incite our citizens to do the same. Furthermore, while our decision may well have been the correct one, we cannot simply bull our way through these disagreements without inviting doubts or objections. Put yourselves in their place. Who among you would leave a tome unopened if an elder forbid you read it with no reason given? No. If we're to quell further discontent, then we must conclude this matter with a fair and even hand.
Well, it's safe to say he's got a level head.
Order! We will have order! Master Monteshane raises some valid points. Keeping such concerns in mind, I propose we enforce the following measures. Until further notice, the students of Baldessian are to cease any and all activities within the domain of Sharlayan. You will also refrain from any further investigation into the Forum's decisions and duties. Failure to comply with these restrictions will result in the immediate expulsion of your Scion associates. Let us put this judgment to a vote. All in favor, raise your hand.
Quite a few. But it seems not all of them.
I count 51 for and 48 against. The proposal is passed. Students, scions, you have heard the Forum's judgment. Pray abide by it, or face the consequences. Honored members, I thank you for your time. This inquiry is concluded.
Why do I keep getting people like this? No, football, you've not been paying attention to it. The fact that you spell YouTube wrong is clearly obvious that it's about. Well, at least we've been allowed to remain in the city, and our endless investigations have not been in vain. We now know that this mysterious duty of theirs began with whatever the Fawn discovered in the ethereal sea. With our freedom so sorely curtailed, however, we will struggle to let out more substance in Sharlayan. The overall picture has grown clearer, yes? And that's in spite of the Forum being so maddeningly vague about this duty of theirs. Why are they so reluctant reluctant to explain their actions in plain words. Survival, come what may, his father's work is so vital that it takes precedence over his own family. I heard you'd been dragged before the fall, and I came as swiftly as I could. So very glad that they allowed you to stay. Oh, it's the mother! Well, now I can see where Alice gets the young looks from. Actually, same with Alpha now, to be fair. Emilius Levelier, at your service. And you fine people must be the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. How lovely it is to finally meet you. Mother, please, we don't wish to make things difficult for you. If word reaches father that you were here... Oh, bother that. Am I to be chastised for speaking with my own children? I am well aware that you and Master Fortunal are not on the best of terms at the moment, but I've been absolutely desperate to see my darlings again. You will come by the house, won't you? I have gifts waiting. The timing couldn't be better. As matters stand, we shan't be going anywhere until we discuss matters with Thanquil's group and reconsider our options. Go visit your home. We will be back at the annex when you are ready to rejoin us. I'm not sure Dante, what do you think? Dante? The Dante Havoc? What a splendid day this has turned out to be. Champion of Eorzea, I insist that you join us. Well, since it's so pressured onto me. But we must be quick about it. Not for my own benefit. Should my husband return and find you enjoying our hospitality, the servants will be made to suffer the consequences. Dante, if you would be so kind as to escort my children to the estate. Well then. And then she was gone, and with her any opportunity to protest. Indeed, the matter is settled. Enjoy yourselves, you three. Hey, we get to hang out with the mother for a bit and get to see what gifts there. I apologize, my mother is not one to take no for an answer. Still, I am glad, relieved even, to see you in such high spirits. What say you, Dante? Though it seems we shall have little enough time to enjoy it, will you accompany us on our visit home? Fine, if we're going, then let's get it over with. But be sure to stay in the entrance hall. No peeking into our private chambers, thank you very much. Why ever not? Your room was always perfectly neat and tidy. Everyone has things they'd rather keep to themselves, don't they? Cherished mementos. You couldn't bring yourself to throw away. Childhood toys? I mean, never mind. The Lavelier estate is that way. Straight down the stairs. Come on. Wow. So to say she doesn't want us in her room. So what exactly are you hiding in there then? I'll say. Well, now I say and I will little, this bridge was as far as we were permitted to wander alone. I say alone, but my mother or a servant was always somewhere nearby, keeping a watchful eye. Now look at us, traveling to different continents, different worlds even. As children, Alphino and I would often wait here for our father to come home from work. Must have been a day when his meetings ran long, because I remember growing restless and leaning out over the railing to watch the water wash by. Father, of course, arrived at that exact moment, came pounding down the path in a panic, crying out my name. Thinking you were gonna jump into the water or something. Jesus. And here you are at last. Please do come in.
Welcome home,
my lady.
Damn, very posh. Why couldn't we have had a like housing area around here? Got the amount of servants.
What? What are you gawping at?
Scion headquarters must seem squalid indeed.
I'll have you know I'm quite fond of the Rising Stones.
Lord Fortuneau is not to hear of this visit. And I should also like the children to have their gifts, ere my husband makes his return.
As you wish, my lady.
Master Alphino, Mistress Alice, if you'd accompany me upstairs.
We shan't be long.
The twins have been sending letters home from time to time, recounting their latest adventures. I am sure they withhold certain details, of course, if only to keep me from worrying. Yet a mother worries all the same. In the early days especially, I tried to support them as best I could, sending the Scion's coin and other such donations.
Aww.
Fortunately, they have found the strength to overcome adversity time and time again. Their words grow more confident with every letter, their depictions more vivid, the triumphs and defeats, the joys and sorrows. It is clear that they have come to find value in every experience. But of those they treasure most, it would seem that meeting you might be the most impactful. Why, since that fateful day, I do believe there has not been a single missive in which you were not mentioned by name.
Really? That is surprising.
'Tis plain they care for you, and I am glad they have such a steadfast companion watching over them.
Well, somebody's got to
Under
look out for
normal
them.
circumstances, I would offer you tea, but alas, these are anything but. In any event, why don't you keep me company whilst we await my children's return? Perhaps you might regale me with a tale or two of your exploits.
What would you like to hear?
When you mentioned gifts, I wasn't sure what to expect. Mother,
Oh, look how well it fits you. And the style is to your liking?
It's perfect. Exactly what I would have chosen. But please, tell me you had something different made for Alphino.
Naturally. You are hardly little children anymore. And while I shall miss dressing you in those precious matching outfits, I must respect the individuals you have grown to become.
Oh, she's such a sweet mother.
See for yourself.
Oh, I do love the design of that.
Thank you for the splendid clothes, Mother. Stylish, comfortable, and eminently practical.
I am so glad you like them. They are, however, missing one final touch.
If you'd allow me, Master Alphino.
so this is how he becomes a sage.
Wait. Are these...
A sage's tools of the trade. They belonged to your father.
Wow, that was something I
Though he
wasn't
may as well
expecting.
be chained to his desk these days. As a student, he was often called upon to venture into the field. He wielded those armaments, both to heal and to harm in no few battles. None so fierce as those you two have braved, perhaps, but battles nonetheless. Thus did I pull them out of storage, to show you that he was not always the man who stands in vehement opposition to you now. And also because it would be a terrible waste of ridiculously expensive House Leveilleur commissioned artistry.
A sage's soul.
I am told these devices are quite difficult to master, but someone of your extensive experience should soon have them darting about with grace and aplomb. May the wisdom in that crystal serve you well. And please, try to find common ground with your father, that you might come and go without need for this awful subterfuge.
Oh, Emilians. She's so sweet to her children, no matter what.
I promise.
My final gifts to you, before you run off, are an observation and a suggestion. Firstly, Fortunato has ever been a serious man, but it was only after you were born that he truly lost himself in his work. I may not know the forum's inner workings, but I know your father's. The timing of that change in him holds some significance. Secondly, do not seek to best your father with words. Far better that you simply show him. Let him discover the merit of your actions, after they cannot be undone.
He wants to be proud of his children.
Oh, Mother.
We shall take your wisdom to heart. Thank you again for these gifts, and farewell for now.
Safe travels, my children. Eat well, stay warm, and keep your friends close.
Could have at least bowed. She was such a gracious hostess for such a short amount of time. Could have at least bowed. Well, hopefully we get to go in there again at some point. Thank you for indulging Mother's request. I could see it meant a lot to her, and I shall refrain from inquiring as to the content of your private conversation. Our visit was all too brief. For now, however, it will have to suffice. As will these tokens of home that we carry with us. These gifts to help us remember who we are and whence we came. But enough sentimental. Let us return to the annex and rejoin our companions. Honestly, that is extremely sweet and good. Enjoyed your time with the Lavaliers, I hope? I would ask how the twins fared, but their new outfits tell the tale. I only hope we can help them to reconcile with their father. Then they might return home one day with their heads held high. In the meantime, we edge ever closer to the secret the Forum strives to hide, and the flower bequeathed to you by Heidel is sure to guide us going forward. I am confident that once you've scouted out the situation in Thavnia, we'll be well equipped to plot our next move. Speaking of, Thancred, my boy. Amra Lassie. Interesting. I have Krau's instructions in hand. If you're ready to set out, and so are we. Having been to Thavnir before, I can travel by Etherite. But what of the rest of you? Another sea voyage would waste time we do not have. Krau was of the same mind and has already secured the aid of the good folk at the confluence. We'll take ourselves there. The confluence, thou sayest. I'm afraid so, my friend. Now we'll recall the hunt for Ice Heart, into whose sanctuary we delivered thee owing to the knowledge of our comrade Monbrida. Ice Heart and Monbrida. Monbrida was an authority on aetherology, a field of study she did embark upon in pursuit of her parents' example. But our authorities in their own right, and both are researchers at the confluence. Haven't you gone to see them yet? I attempted to do so earlier, but to my shame, my courage failed me at the last. As it hath the many times I thought to reach out to them after sending that fateful letter. Neither time nor introspection have revealed unto me the words I should speak, and thus have I kept my silence. Whether you come with us or no is your choice and yours alone. If it is too difficult, we'll manage. Thou art kind to say so, but I have no intention of forsaking our cause. I shall go to the confluence, and I shall face that which hath long been overdue. If it's settled, then let us be off. When we arrive, we should look for a researcher named Keat. Keat? No. Don't know how to pronounce that one. I'm sure the name will come up during a voice-acted cutscene now. It's a bloody hope so. I'm tempted to see the sights of the end. Into that little platform we're going. See someone with the name of Ironheart. Babeth Ironheart. Beg pardon, good sir. I could scarce help but notice that sightseeing log on your person. Ah. Yeah, essentially another person to give me more stuff. Sightseeing log expanded. So, other than the ones in Labyrinthos, there isn't any blue quests. Which makes sense, because down there would be for the Aether codes. At the very least, let's try and get to Thavnia. And then once there, I can get the Aether right there, and I'm able to get to wherever I need whenever I need to there. In terms of the beginning areas for like blue missions and hunting for Aetherite currents. Well, now, this is rather a lot of step faces. Are my library books overdue again? Not to our knowledge. We're associates of trial of the studies of the students of Baldessi. We seek passage to Thavnia and understand that you can assist us. Ah, the test subjects! Welcome, welcome! Excuse me. Test subjects? Excuse me? What? Oh, you hadn't heard? Well then, allow me to explain. So, in order to travel to an Aether, you ordinarily need to be attuned to it beforehand. Otherwise, you can't use it as a beacon to seek out while you're a mess of Aether hurtling along the livestream. An inconvenient but incontrovertible limitation of Aetherite teleportation. But what if I were to tell you that there's a way to travel to an Aetherite without being attuned to it? A way to teleport instantly to places you've never been. For long years we've laboured to make such travel possible, that people might move about more freely. And we've finally done it. We've created a new kind of Aetherite that doesn't require attunement. Truly? That changes everything. Well, my language may have been a bit misleading. The user need not attune to these Aetherites, but the Aetherites themselves must have been pre-attuned to each other, thereby facilitating travel between the 2 points. But it just so happens that our first test pair of Aetherites, one has been installed here in Sharlayan, and the other over in Yadlimad, a port town in Thavnia. As you may know, our nation has long maintained strong ties with Raz-Zadhan, and indeed we owe much of this breakthrough to the contributions of their alchemists. So to sum up where to test these Aetherites, how fortuitous for you. I should mention that an accident has impaired my ability to channel ether. Will this be a problem? Not at all. As a matter of fact, you might say these Aetherites were made for people like your good self. The magics imbued within will whisk you away without any effort on your part. Veritable dream come true. Far be it from me to worry about such things. Do we have permission to make use of your shiny new invention? The only permission required is yours, so assuming you're willing, we're all set. It may come as a surprise, but we actually struggle to find test subjects. Most people seem to have an unreasonable fear of their souls gradually disintegrating as they drift helplessly in the livestream. In the statistically unlikely event that something goes awry. But it's plain that you aren't most people. It's just Cryo truly knows how to pick 'em. If I might change the subject. Master Wolfson and Mistress Loida not present today? Oh, you didn't hear? They recently resigned their posts. Their expertise was needed elsewhere. A large-scale project helmed by the Forum itself, as I understand. But I'm not privy to the details. I see. Any other questions? No? Then let's get going before you change your minds. Please see to your preparations and head outside to the Aetherite Plaza. I'll be along shortly. We've got a slight bit of snow here in Thavnia. Sorry, not Thavnia. Here in Sharlayan.
Right, we're all set. Just the four of you, was it?
3. I'm already attuned to the crystal in Thavnir.
You are? Oh. I would have preferred more test subjects. Oh, well, never mind. If our 3 travelers could line up here, please. Yes, right there is fine. Take a deep breath, and I'll soon have you soaring through the ether. Oh, and one last thing. You might experience a teensy-weensy touch of violent ethereal sickness. Good luck!
What?
They're gonna hate you for not telling them that, by the way. I hope you realize. God, that's quite the distance, isn't it? Nonetheless, we're now at Radzat-Han, part of Thavnia.
Thavnir, home to city-state Radzat-Han. Rising from the southeast waters of the Bounty, this Isle of Plenty served as the battleground for a conflict between 2 peoples. Their cultures bled into one another until a unique amalgamation was distilled from the chaos, in a process not unlike their precious alchemy. Once solidified as a single nation, an adamant stance of neutrality would hold invaders at bay for a time. Now across this vibrant isle creeps a fog of malice. What choice do you have?
There's the ether sickness.
What chance?
Oh, he full on collapsed. To be honest, I thought you'd be steadier than most.
Against such an insidious foe.
Sabat, Thavnia.
I've seen fairer faces after a bout of bad shellfish. Let me bring you something to drink. That should help settle your bellies.
Good idea, Estinian.
There was a note with Kryle's instructions. Don't let Estinian roam the markets alone. He's alarmingly bad with coin.
We're fucking afflicted with ethereal sickness, and you want us to go after him just because he's bad with coin. I don't know, but I'm tuning into the Ace of right now. Stinian, right, but you know, she ran that far off. Oh, user, I need 3 junks. Something that helps with these sickness. By the Monasia traveler. I mean, greetings. Greetings and welcome. You are wise, good sir, to come to me. A special amla lassie made with only the finest and freshest ingredient is famed for calming unruly bellies. By way of a warm welcome to Tavnia, I'm pleased to offer it to you for the low price of 19,800 gil. For what? For not 1, not 2, but 3 bottles. A bargain amongst bargains. Just deny. I thought you could barely stand. You need to tell me that so urgent. Wait, I shouldn't buy the lassie? The merchant is swindling me? Sincere apologies, sir, but I appear to have my prices confused. It's actually 1,890 gil for the 3 bottles of lassie. The confusion would have been quite costly for both of us. Very well then, your coin. Yeah, a bottle for each of you. Take them to the others and get some rest. I'll be back after I've explored the town. Probably not a good idea to spend. Here, take. Very beat to the throat. My stomach does loosen its death grip. A heartfelt thanks to thee and Estinian, and to the fine fruits of this land. You are on time. Excellent. You've spared us the tower's wrath. Hurry up and drink. Sweet, sweet release. If you haven't already, you should have yours too. Nah, I feel like throwing up on you. Right, I'm ready to get on with it. Unless he truly worked wonders. Back on your feet, I see. Thy hair. I have bound it. 'Tis the most I could do against this heat, short of shedding my armor. May I ask where you got the cord for it? A local vendor. The man said it's a Sevnarian wound. Tough and not easily unraveled. How much did it cost? 9,400 gil. $9,400 gil. That's incredible. I dare say not even Alphinaud can hold a candle to you. I am inclined to agree with that assessment. It does seem excessive, unusually so. Claiming Thavnir as its dominion, the nation of Razadhan had long thrived as a hub of commerce. In the beginning, there were the Akasadara and Matanga tribe indigenous to this island. Over time, they came to be joined by other races, and through their intermingling, a culture rich and distinct did emerge. From alchemy to textiles, the products of Hannish culture have come to be celebrated and coveted the world over. A development only aided by the nation's prime location as a waypoint betwixt east and west. All this has combined to make a trading power of Razadhan. Yet such a status cannot be taken for granted. Nay, it must needs be maintained through judicious governance and stringent regulation. Neither of which I see any evidence, given that merchants at a gateway town are free to fleece hapless travellers and tarnish the reputation of the nation at large. Just so, that opportunistic pricing is rampant does suggest that oversight is much weakened, or mayhap that the people have fallen upon hard times. Whatever the truth may be, it would be prudent to ascertain the current state. Prudent and practical, aye, if not to lose by learning more. So, here we seek out Quell's acquaintance, shall we see what information we can gather here in Yet Limal. Excellent. We didn't exactly get off to a flying start, but we'll make up for it. Right, let us split up and make inquiries in town. Dante, the pier is yours. Once we have learned what we can, we regroup by the 8th way. Off-putting though the mere sight of it may be. Now, come on. Just because you got a bit of ether sickness, it's not that bad. Hamster tenderloin and the Jaga hide come here rescue. I'm ready. Alright. Let's see this. Crates of fruit. And close to spoiling, which isn't good. Will cause issues. Here isn't really going to have many people for some reason. Generally, oh, recording my sales. Still do it daily out of habit. I don't know why I bother, hardly selling it in these days. Business has never been this terrible, but I suppose things could be even worse. Could have a consortium to keep afloat like Calzal. I don't envy his position. Better to be alone with my little operation, I've come to realize. You're a traveller by the looks of you. If you have a moment, perhaps you could pay Calzal a visit. He'd be glad for tidings from aboard. And the last one, Kafiraz. Well now, if it isn't a traveller. You're a rare sight in these unsettled times. People have been giving us a wide berth since that accursed tower suddenly appeared on Naunair. We just stood there and loomed ominously, perhaps things would be found after a fashion. No, I had to spawn fell fiends as well. Oh, good. So that's why, ever since that tower was, you guys have been having issues. Lovely. The damn Muskans aren't coming? But we already have everything they ordered. What are we supposed to do with it? I don't know, but yelling at me isn't going to help. All I know is that their plans have changed, and that's that. Look, you must have known this might happen. The Empire is at war with itself, and the provinces are in chaos. And then there's the tower sitting on our doorstep, spitting out monstrosities. The city has its defenses, but we've been afforded no protection out here. We can't blame foreigners for not wanting to take the risk. But this will be an enormous loss. Alright, forget about the Dalmaskins. Surely some ships are still coming. We have fresh produce, handicrafts, medicines, all the perennial Hannish favourites. Our consortium works closely with merchants and artisans to supply only the finest wares. Quality is guaranteed. I know all these things, Kalzal, I do. Which is why I regret to say I have nothing for you. All voyages are being cancelled or indefinitely postponed. And you are? Wait, you're a foreigner, are you not? A merchant? Please tell me you're a merchant. Nope, I'm an adventurer. I see, that's a shame. I'm sorry, but we're discussing important matters. If you need something, please talk to one of the others. My name is Matsya, and I'm here to see Kalza. Oh, it seems he's busy. I'll come back later then. Let's speak with our pachyderm friend, Matsya. Freaking hell, I'll go up to his, like, what, shoulder? Probably just lower than his shoulder? Yes, can I help you? I remember seeing you back in the guild. You wanted to speak with Kalzar too, did you? I'm Matsya, a fisherman of Akiali, a nearby village. I saw my catch to Kalzal, who offers it to fellow merchants, but he hasn't bought anything for a while. When I heard that the consortium had been struggling, I became worried and decided to come and see him. Just as soon as he's free. He's a hard-working man, and I dare not disturb him. If I may ask, what is it that you do? I'm an adventurer. An adventurer, you say? You travel the world helping people? Then that must mean you're great at dealing with strangers. Please, won't you teach me to be like you? You see, I brought some fresh fish with me, a portion I couldn't preserve, and I want to sell them. The problem is I'm terrible with people. I've ever only dealt with Kalzal, and I can't talk to customers without getting my trunk in a twist. So please, as silly as it might sound, will you not peddle the fish in my stead and show me how it's done? If you are willing, please let me know. We can begin at once. Alright. Luna? Yes. Greetings to you too. I suppose I'm well enough given the circumstance. Things have settled down somewhat, but it was utter chaos when the tower first appeared. Everyone grabbing whatever they could, trampling over each other to get to the city. Many remained there for now, but I couldn't stay away. I had to come back, continue with my life, such as it is. Whether or not it was the right choice, only time will tell. Oh, trust me, I don't. Make sure to keep well clear of the tower, and when more monsters emerge from it, and heed the Radiant Host's instructions. I hope they deal with it soon, so we can get back to our normal lives. To the days when you could earn as much as you gave and tuck into a meal, satisfied that you did good work. Fresh fish, you say? Oh, you're a fishmonger. When you bait me like that, how can I not bite? Very well, give me some of your fish. Thank you for your custom. The catch of the day is shallows cod, delectable stewed in coconut milk, or baked with a sprinkle of salt. Nashveen. A hawker, are you? Do you sell food by chance? If so, I want to buy some amla. Let's say a dozen. They don't need to be export quality. What do you need so many amla for? Why, for eating, of course. It may seem like a lot, but of late, I go through that much in no time at all. I am a stock taker by trade, but with no vessels coming these days, the wares are beginning to pile up. By the same token, nothing is coming in from overseas, but not a day goes by that someone doesn't come asking when the next shipment is arriving, for this and that and this and that. All of it wears me down, and I find myself feeling constantly hungry. You're stress eating, love. Are you sure you're actually hungry? You know, when I think on it, I'm not so sure. Rather than hungry, perhaps I've been feeling unfulfilled, and I try to fill the void by gorging on food I like. Do you like fish? Fish? I do like fish, as a matter of fact. Why do you ask? Oh, so you're a fishmonger. Apologies for the misunderstanding. Seeing as you're here, do you happen to have akyali sardine? They're perfect in a spicy soup. We certainly do, madam. And if you like it spicy, I also recommend them pickled in oil with a generous amount of chilies. Oh, that does sound like a wonderful challenge. I didn't have fish in mind at first, but I dare say I'll enjoy these. Thank you. Bazama. What is it? If you don't mind, I'm rather busy. Oh God, is my stomach. Ugh. Is a sickness? No, nothing so unusual. When I hurried to get back to work, I just ate a little too quickly. Would that I could, but I can't afford to be idle. Because not circumstances will surely get worse before they get better. So I'm working hard as I can while I still can. The better to be prepared. Well, it's not like I'm trying to impress anyone. Now, if you'll excuse me, I must be getting back to work. Take care. Sure. Rep, sorry about that one. Thank you so much for your demonstration. It was a truly eye-opening experience. Come, let us return to the pier. Should have maybe gone with the bottom option. How do you intend to prepare? Oh well. Thank you so much for showing me how to talk to customers. You managed to sell to 2 of the 3 people you approached. Adventurers do indeed have great conversational skills. Watching you at work was very enlightening. By applying the lessons I've learned, I hope to one day peddle as well as you. Still, there's only so much I can do alone. I hope that things will return to normal for Calzal soon. I thought I heard a familiar voice, and who should it be but Matsuya? Calzal, have you finished your business at the guild? So you were there too? Forgive me, try as I might, I can't find any buyers. With no ships coming in and hardly any going out, there simply aren't any options out this way. So you can't buy my fish anymore. I'm sorry, Matsuya, I truly am. But for now you must peddle your own goods. But by myself, I can't. I want to help you, but as it stands I can barely help myself. Poured my all into the consortium, and I'll be damned if I let it fall apart. Friends and family is dependent on me, and I can't. I won't fail them. My sister's as my witness. Calzal. Oh, not to worry. Using what I've learned from you, I'm sure I'll manage somehow. Well, I'd best return to my village. My thanks again, and please take care on the road. See, you've been busy. Managed to learn a tidbit or two, I trust. Quite a bit more than a tidbit or two. I see. I also heard that the tower is affecting many locals' livelihoods. To think that it would be to such an extent. For another notable, if not wholly unexpected discovery, disappearances and kidnappings are disturbingly commonplace. As before, the culprits have almost certainly tampered with Imperial soldiers. And as before, they mean to use the faith of their hapless thralls to call forth the lunar primary. Business as usual for the telephone line. Matsuya fellow you were helping. He's Akasadara, is he not? Apparently it is almost exclusively his people that are being kidnapped. Should he be traveling alone? If summoning is this perpetrator's aim, it does stand to reason that Akasadora would be their primary targets, for it is the faith of their ancestors which prevaileth in this land. Many are devout adherents still. We'd better go after him. Akyali lies to the west, as I recall. The same direction as Quirrell's acquaintance, incidentally. It's settled then. Keep your eyes peeled while we make for the village. Yeah, I don't want anything happening to Matsuya. That's a giant elephant. Gotcha. Gaga. Good to know. Okay. Huh? Where did they go? Why are you here? I see you found him in time. You and your friends came to look for me? I don't know how to thank you. On my way home, I took a moment to stop and rest. Think about what to do about, well, everything. And those men came. Kidnappers. We'd heard that the Akasadara were being targeted. Surely you have as well. Perhaps it's best if you took refuge in the city. We've considered it, me and the others, but fishing is all we know. The ocean all we have. I see. A short decision to make, but you should take care not to travel alone. A question, if I may. 'Tis our understanding that strange fiends have emerged from the tower. What canst thou tell us of these beings? Not much, I'm afraid. I have no idea what they are, but I have heard that some bear an unsettling resemblance to our divinities. For that reason, some have taken to calling the tower Zot, House of Divinities in the old tongue, it means. But they're not true divinities, they're monstrous imitations that bring only death. Everyone's faces are twisted as a grievous indignity, and full justified art thou in thine outrage. Know that 'tis for no other purpose but to neutralize the tower that we have journeyed to this land. In time we may be forced to contend with these false gods, and thus we would learn all we may about them. Wilt thou not tell us of thy divinities and their true nature? You've come all this way to save us? Really? To think I had you peddling fish? But to answer your questions, yes, of course. We would gladly tell you about our gods. We, I say because I'm a terrible storyteller, and I'd ask my fellow villagers to do it. So please come to our village. We're good, God-fearing folk, all of us, and we'd be honored to share our knowledge. And fish? What says thou? Shall we pay a visit to Akiali? Wonderful. Just follow the road west and down the hill. You can't miss it. So, 'tis a simulacra of Thavnarian gods that are being summoned. If any doubt existed before, there can be none now. The kidnapped Hanish are imprisoned in the tower. I pray that we will be able to save them. Though indeed saving them will mean confronting their false gods. Like as not. As you said, we do well to study their religious traditions. To Akiali. I want to check, make sure I still got something. Okay, good. I still do have the thing that Ven gave me for when I get to thingy. Just as to put like a little glamour on. For when I get the Gala mold. I'm glad I didn't accidentally sell it. Otherwise I'd have been annoyed at myself and she would have been upset. Welcome to Akiali, my friend. The name means White Beach, and there isn't much here save that, but please make yourself at home. Your companions have already begun talking to everyone. Feel free to show yourself around and do the same. Any one of us could tell you about our gods, but you could do worse than to start with Kanga and Old Hasvaden. They're free at the moment as it happens. You wish to know about our gods? What a curious visitor you are. Most want fish. In any case, I'm happy to oblige. Now, I don't know how it is when you hell, but our island is home to many gods. They can be divided into two groups. The Manusya, beings of wisdom, who is in the form of men, and the Murgra, beings of might, who assume the form of beasts. Together, they are divinities, their forms and personalities many and varied. Some are kind and gentle, others stern and temperamental, just like we mortals can be. All are possessed of great insight and experience. And by heeding their teachings, we strive to be better people and live better lives. They'll tell me a little bit. That's Veda. Interested in learning about our gods, you say? That's what I like to hear. Pick up your ears then and listen. In ancient times, the Manusya and the Murga deities, who look like men and beasts respectively, were locked in conflict. Eventually, seeking the wisdom of the Manusya, the Murga cast aside their own heads and took up those of their foes. Likewise, the Manusya coveted the might of the Murga, and so they too resolved to trade heads. Thus were born new gods possessed of both might and wisdom. They ushered in an age of harmony between the two factions. From then on, as a sign of their esteem for one another, the Minutia have worn animal faces and the Murga the limbs of men. That sounds gruesome, but okay. Very well. Learned a thing or two about the gods, I trust. While you were off talking to the others, I remembered something that may be of interest. If you could let your friends know, I'll go and fetch it from my home at once. Apologies for the wait. I wish to show you this hanging scroll which depicts 3 of our most revered deities. By all means, we should like to see it. They are Manusia. You heard about them already, yes? 3 sisters. The center one is the oldest, Cinderuva, a goddess of wisdom. For this, alchemists hold her in the highest. To her right is the middle sister, Sandaruva. As a goddess of wealth, she counts many traders among her followers. And on the left is Mindaruva, the youngest sibling. She presides over the crafts, and so is beloved by weavers. Although each is worshipped for different reasons, the sisters are usually portrayed together in these works, which people keep in their homes for good fortune. In like fashion to the Manusia, the deities of Eorzea preside over myriad aspects of life. And what of the Murga, if I may ask? Murga hold power over nature. In ages past, they were revered as guardian deities in times of conflict. If you have occasion to visit our temples and ruins, you'll find their images there. Among them is a god who possesses a Gaja's head, and he is venerated as the progenitor of the Arcasadara. And then there are dragons. They occupy a special place in our history. You worship dragons too? It's said that an ancestor of the satrap, as the ruler of Radzadhan, forged a covenant with a dragon divinity in ancient times. This divinity has since acted as the guardian deity of the satrap. Legend holds that if ever the satrap is in need, his dragon ally will fly to his aid. Dragon ally. You claim to be a terrible storyteller, but nothing could be further from the truth. The passion you bear for your faith is plain to hear. I am confident that the information you've given us will serve us well in our efforts to deal with the tower. That is very kind of you to say, thank you. I will pray for your success. Right. I believe it's time we sought out Crow's acquaintance, an alchemist by the name of Nidhana. According to Crow's knows where to find her at a place called the Great Work, further north along the coast. I did say to myself I'd end up 5, but I still kind of want to just carry on a little bit more. Did you say you're going to see Nidhana? Oh, how I envy you. She's brilliant and beautiful, kind and understanding. Did I say she's beautiful? I could stare at her dainty ears and adorable trunk all day. And those eyes. When you meet her, take care you don't drown in it. Someone's got a crush then. to see where we need to go. One thing I do want to check real quick. I do need to get more gather stuff. Purple gathering scripts. I'll do that at some point later though. I need to get my mine up to level 90 as well at some point, which will be soon anyway. What the hell?
What happened here?
Their dress marks them as alchemists. I see no evidence of injury or poison.
Thinkest thou they but slumber?
I believe so. Whether it is by choice is another question entirely.
Oh, we have guests. You must excuse the poor welcome. Long days and longer nights have taken their toll, as you can see. I am Vashan, servant to the satrap. My task was, in fact, to wake these good men and women, if you will allow. People of the great work, I come bearing new scales.
Scales? We have new scales?
What the hell?
Yes, my friends. Gather round. I have them right here.
Oh, happy day. Now I can continue my experiment.
Many thanks.
One for me.
Those are dragon scales.
Yes, such materials are vital to their most pressing research.
And we are fortunate to have them. Our experiments are so close to bearing fruit. Soon we will have a talisman capable of nullifying the etheric emissions from that accursed tower. Did I say something wrong? Are you not here with Varshan? Wait, who are you people? Of course! You're the one Kryl sent. The warrior of light we've been waiting for.
Ah, this is a day of celebration. Praise be to Cinderova!
The winds have shifted. I feel it. The end to our toil is near.
I feel it too. My head hasn't been this clear in days.
Tell me, how did you acquire those scales?
Curious that it concerns you so. But worry not. They were freely given by the dragon with whom our satrap has forged a lawful pact.
as well.
You must be quite familiar with Dragonkin, yes?
Is this their congealed blood I see on your weapon?
Speaking of dragon blood, you yourself have been infused with it, have you not? I should like to draw a file or two, if so.
Uh-oh.
See here. Come along, come along. I must insist that you visit our laboratory.
Cease your shoving, or so help me.
Yeah, pray for him. He needs it.
Oh dear, your poor companion. What with the new scales and your timely arrival, my colleagues are a little giddy with excitement. No harm will come to him, I promise. Meanwhile, shall we find a quiet place to talk?
Yeah, let's.
As you may have guessed, I am Nidana, the alchemist who sent the request to your Mistress Kryle. We have workshops across the nation collaborating on this research project. But it is here, at the Great Work, where I collate our results. Come with me, all of you, and I can explain the crux of the situation.
Tune ourselves to the ether, right? There we go. Allow me to thank you for answering our call. Many towers have appeared around the world, and we are grateful that you would assist us with ours. Though Kryle herself is tied up with another investigation, Dante is an eminently capable substitute, and will spare no effort to aid you. So, if I understand correctly, you seek to make talismans that can nullify etheric emissions. Indeed we do. As you know, the tower emits vast concentrations of ether. One cannot go anywhere near it without being tempered. As such, we can only study the tower from afar, and are powerless to deal with it in any consequential way. In order to strike back the satrap bearders, alchemists create enchanted talismans. Talismans that will allow our soldiers to venture into the tower, even should they lack innate protection. Could such a thing be possible? Admittedly, we are still in the midst of testing, but we are quite confident. Even prior to this, our people have long pursued countermeasures against the etheric corruption of primers. Of the methods tested to date, those utilizing dragon scales proved the most promising. Owing to their etheric density, the scales are highly resistant to disruptive forces. The mightier the dragon, the greater the resistance. We seek to amplify this protective property through our alchemy. Thanks to the scales provided by His Excellency, we have been able to make steady progress with the talisman. Soon we will be ready to conduct a field test, and here is where you and your blessing of light come in. What is it that you need me to do? Nothing complicated, I assure you. We ask only that you serve as an escort. I will explain in greater detail later, but you will be venturing into the town's field of influence. And so for your own safety, I would first test how well your blessing shields you. With your permission, of course. Okay, so Leandra and I will find other ways to make ourselves useful. Seeing as you all work to the point you collapse, I suspect you could do with more hands. We would be grateful for any assistance you can provide. If you are ready, then let us put your blessing to the proof. If you exit the Great Work and turn south, there will be a hill to the right. I will meet you at the top after seeing to some preparations. Oh wait, no, she said the head salt. Little hill here. Great work indeed. I hope you didn't have trouble finding this place or climbing the hill. Not all are accustomed to the physical strain. I give you the fruit of our sweat, tears, and many a sleepless night. The drunken Deepa. A Deepa is a lantern presented to the gods as an offering, taking inspiration from the tradition. We created this device to test the talisman's efficacy. Upon activation, it will move a certain distance before emitting a powerful blast of heat. In lieu of corruption, those lacking sufficient protection experience severe ether sickness. For your test, you will be exposed 4 times. That should be enough to ascertain your blessing's protective capability. Please begin when you are ready. I shall be observing from a safe distance. Commencing etheric exposure testing. Repeat, commencing etheric exposure testing. Retreat to a safe distance if you are not the subject. Ready in Aether, please stand back. Subject stomach and bowel integrity holding. Confirmed. Resuming test. Please follow. Oh, that's a view and a half. Ah, you've returned. And not on your knees. A promising sign. But come, let me take the deeper off your hands. Thank you. I shall replenish your ether for when we test the talisman. So, no dizziness or nausea or anything of the sort? You feel perfectly fine? Then the strength of your blessing is beyond doubt. There is no risk that the tower will corrupt your ether. With this, we can request your aid for the task ahead with easy hand. You are a capable warrior too, are you not? Would you be amenable to assisting me with another errand? You see, our talisman requires the use of a special ink, but we have exhausted our stores of key ingredient, spirit weed. The herb grows not far from here, and I would like to go and harvest some. With the recent spate of kidnappings, however, we, Akasadara, travel alone at our peril. Will you not come with me as my escort? I would compensate you for your troubles, of course. Of course. I'm in your debt. Without further ado, let us head to Kajaya's footsteps. It is situated on the road which runs east of the Great Work. Right. After this mission, I will finish streaming because I do need to eat. I'm just wondering what to eat, so this mission might give me time to think of something. Alright, we're not capturing her. This fine lady is with me. Pisaka. Lady. Oh no, that's
Yes, that would be Radzad Khan. Hardly anyone has been allowed in or out since our troubles with the tower began. The faithful citizens huddle inside the city walls, and commerce has all but ground to a standstill. I pity the satrap, the trials he must be facing. Well, he is the most important person in Radzad Khan. Long ago, this island was home to two tribes of Matanga, the Gajasura and the Arkasodra. When the Aura came to these shores, it was the Arkasodra with whom they joined forces. Together they defeated the warlike Gajasura, forcing them to flee Thavnair altogether. Peace and prosperity reigned for a time, until a clan of Hjord from the mainland decided they wanted the island for themselves. It was a direct ancestor of the present satrap who arbitrated that conflict and welded the warring factions into the nation we know today. And ever since, a member of that esteemed lineage has inherited this somewhat unique position. You see, by and large, the state is run by the people. But when problems arise, it is the satrap who mediates a solution. The stability provided by the satrap is what has allowed Radzat Khan to thrive all these years. And it was the satrap himself who entrusted us with this duty. We will not fail him, nor our countrymen.
That's a beautiful looking place, though. Thavnair has such beautiful scenery.
What is the delay with the vessel? I told you I need to adjust those ratios.
I come all this way to admire one of my splendid towers, and what do I find? Fools attempting to ward off its tempering influence with magic trinkets. I seem to recall a similar experiment in ages past. What was that man's name? Oh, something. Owen?
Another body, another time. Who could be expected to remember every trivial detail?
Don't you dare be haunted.
Allowing them to construct such handy talismans would be counterproductive to my plans. And yet, I find myself deathly curious. How will they manage this feat with the limited knowledge and resources at their disposal? Complications be damned, for we cannot escape the nature of our souls. And I, as ever, am my own worst enemy.
Leave them alone. Gosh, you guys blabbed your mouth out. Alchemist or dancer? I have to do that one later. It could be in a blue quest. I look so ridiculous riding on this thing. What the hell? I'm sorry, but this looks so stupid. Like, how wide do you need to put your legs, bro? Jesus Christ. It looks so goofy. Pretty much been the same, if I'm honest. Kidnappings, lunar primals, etc. Yeah, they'll be dying, but not by their own hands, but by us. Charming. I love how everybody's willing to help out one another here without any issue. Yeah, honestly, it's really nice to just see everybody working together without me having to try and fix people's personal issues and try to get them all to work well together. It's just like, yeah, we're in a crisis. Let's just try and sort this out. It's just so good to see.
I see our taskmasters have allowed you a moment's respite as well.
Yep. Hey, Sinian, how did it go with having your blood taken?
You have to hand it to these alchemists. They are determined to see this endeavor of theirs succeed. I've never been one for blind optimism, but I sincerely get the sense they're close to a breakthrough.
They had better be, or all this effort was for naught.
The peoples of Eorzea, of the Far East, of Thavner, children of this star united in common cause against a dire threat. Yet ere they succumbed to suicidal madness, were not the Telophoroi born of her body as were we? They who cling to life and the promise of the morrow's dawn, against they who desire death and an ending of their own orchestration.
The victors of this war alone will hold the right to answer the question of existence, of its meaning, and its worth.
Poetic and ominous to a fault. That said, if it's an existential debate in nature, then our arguments might not be as persuasive as you'd think. Fandaniel wants to die and take everyone with him in an orgy of pain and suffering. An utterly vile and unforgivable idea. And yet, when spat upon by fate and wailing in the deepest pit of despair, who among us can say they have not entertained similar thoughts? There are nights black as pitch, bereft of hope, and no words of comfort can reach you. And it's all you can do to grit your teeth and choke back the bile.
The more you see and suffer life's injustices, the more difficult they become to bear. Vengeance is nurtured in similar soil. Though your anger has a broader focus, the sentiment is much the same. A fervent desire to destroy others, to see them drown in torment, as you have.
That about sums it up. The will to endure is not always as strong as the urge to burn it all down and salt the earth. Survival be damned. It's a struggle, often close and brutal.
Indeed. Well, I, for one, shall pray survival proveth more appealing in the end.
As will I. Besides, our chances are much improved when we've the company of others committed to the cause of life. Our vengeful dragoon here is proof of that. What is it? What did you see? Fandaniel, are you sure? If he knows we've been working on a countermeasure.
It holds. The vessel holds! This is the one!
At long last!
And this could end badly if we're not careful.
Look! We have finally created a talisman strong enough to withstand our experiments! We've named it a warding scale for the time being. With this in your possession, your soul should be completely shielded from corruptive ether.
Afforded such protection, any one of us may approach the towers without fear. Thou hast mine admiration. 'Tis an invention of historical significance.
I thank you for your kind words. But I would prefer you keep them unsaid until we test the talisman's efficacy in the field. It is for the next stage of our plan that we summoned you in the first place, to accompany me to the Tower of Zot. Should the scale prove effective, as I very much hope it will, then you'll have little to do. But should the effect be weaker than anticipated, I must ask that you restrain me, or knock me senseless.
Let's hope it doesn't come to that.
Either way, we are fortunate to have you with us.
Nidana, are you certain you wish to do this?
If others are to trust our creations, then we must have faith in them first. And as the senior researcher, it falls to me to lead by example. But should I fail to return, then learn what you can from this attempt and apply it to the next. Our work must continue. Is that clear?
We'll keep an eye on the place while you're away. Assuming Fandaniel is lurking about, there's no telling what mischief he has in mind for us, or you. Be on your guard.
Shall we be on our way? I'll have one of the soldiers at the hatchery prepare us a boat, and we can set out from the northern shore. I'll see you there.
And we're going to end off here before I carry on even further when I'm not really supposed to. Because I did say I was going to end at 5, but I've carried on a bit longer than I should have. So I will end here, and I will see you all next time. I did get a bit carried away with this, I will admit, but it was just so nice to see all this happening. But yeah, I shall see you all next time in terms of streaming. That'll be Saturday, God's willing, in terms of the weather. As long as everything remains nice.